What is good, everybody? We are live. Welcome to the Worldwide Company of Gamers podcast. I think this is the 39th episode, but what an episode it is, guys. We have a very exciting show for you guys. First of all, just want to say a huge shout out to everyone in the chat. It's all lit tonight. What is good to my dudes? I've been a little bit antisocial in the chat right now. I apologize. I've got a confession to make. I woke up 5 minutes ago. My baby daughter, she's with the grandparents, and I woke up and my wife said, "Jay, don't panic, but it's 5 to 9. I was like, shit. Probably said shit more times than the entirety of my life put together in the space of 30 seconds. So I was running like a madhead, trying to get everything sorted. Poor Mike Garn, our esteemed guest, wasn't sure what was going on. Neither were the group panel, neither were you guys. So I have a big apology to make for that. It's that amazing thing called sleep. When you're allowed it as a parent of a newborn kid, I'm sure you guys can all relate. You take it, and sometimes it can just absolutely wipe you out. And I slept through all alarms, and the life of a newbie dad, I guess. So yeah, it's one of them. Apologies for the delay, everyone. But just want to say firstly, thank you to Brian East, Jan Watkins, Mary Wilcox, Ice Queen Gaming, Gadget Toolman, Compost Smurth, some randomer in the chat called Retro, the Family Man Gamer. Why is he a mod? Who the hell is he? We got Jonathan Martinez. What's good, Johnny? Striker. Lovely to see you here, buddy. I love seeing relatively new names in the chat. Thanks for being here. Compost Smurf, Gaming Despair. He's still calling me a wool egg, that guy, I tell you. We've got Ron. What's good, Ron? Shaki Shako, the legend himself. Toolman. Love that guy. 47. Agent 47 in the chat. Got his barcode at the ready. I love it. Everyone, welcome. Hey, Saltiest Gaming, my dude. What's good? And Seattle Chef. Great to see you guys. So, let's get this show on the road. Apologies for the slight impromptu-ness. Usually I'm at my computer an hour and a half before the podcast starts, so you can appreciate I'm a little bit just sorting all the logistics out right now. But without further ado, guys, we have Mr. Mike Garn himself on the show. Now, for those who don't know Mike Garn, I'll give a brief I don't want to steal his thunder, but I don't want to say everything there is about him and take the words out of his mouth. But I will tell you this: he's worked on Call of Duty, Proteus. Proteus is that absolutely amazing looking kind of boomer shooter that has this beautiful lighting engine mixed with old school Doom pixel art kind of first person shooter visuals in it. It's one of John Linneman's favourite games, like, since ever. He loves that game from Digital Foundry. And Mike Garn has worked on that. He's worked on Apex Legends, Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, the Black Ops series. We've got it's safe to say he's got quite a resume under his belt. Quite a lot of accomplishments as a primary concept artist, but other things as well. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing what Mike has to say and having him introduce himself to us all. First of all, I'm a little bit stunned. I'm a little bit speechless. Oh my days, Ron, you absolute beast! I can't believe you've just done that for us. Seen this 2 times. $100 super chat. Seen this 2 times when you were in some streams early this week. So hopefully the third stream is the charm. You absolute beauty, Ron. I have no words, brother. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I'm I cannot believe that. You have no idea how much I appreciate that, Ron. Flipping heck. Sweetheart, we've got $100 donated to us. Yeah, flipping heck. I just heard the wife go, "Oh my god." Yeah. Yeah. Much love, Ron. Thank you, brother. Flipping heck. Let's get Mike Garn on the mic. Mike, how are you doing today, brother? Oh man, I'm even more stoked. I will fight you. I will fight you over this. Oh crap,
Well,
Mike, I'm an idiot.
what I do?
I told you I'm impromptu. I've not prepared. I had the desktop audio muted. So Retro, all that praise that you said to Ron, he didn't hear, and Mike, your voice wasn't heard either. So firstly,
all right. Well, just quickly, Ron. Thank you very much for what you've just done there. You really didn't need to. We're gonna have to get you onto the show because that can't be for nothing. That's too generous. That's too generous.
That's
so
ridiculous.
You gotta talk to us, and we'll get you on the show.
I feel woefully unqualified for such a kind donation to the channel. So flipping it. Thank you. So yeah, guys, Mike Garn, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, man, for the second time.
I'm sorry.
Dude, yeah, I'm stoked to be here. Super appreciate you guys bringing me on. Yeah, like I've listened to a few podcasts with you guys now, and yeah, it's good energy all the way through. I'm stoked.
I'm glad to hear it, buddy.
We're just thankful you were happy to come on. We really enjoy talking to devs, man. You give us a real good insight.
Yeah, that's what that's something I really appreciate is when you bring on the developers, because a lot of times it's just a lot of other people that play the games, but when you bring the people that make the games, it's like a different kind of appreciation, I'd imagine. A different kind of perspective for the listeners that play games also,
We'll see for the likes of us, growing up, you lot were our kind of heroes in a way, you know what I mean? Although we probably didn't appreciate it at the time, getting older now, you were the ones that provided us with our memories of the games of us growing up and stuff like that. You know what I mean? People like yourself allowed us to have these experiences. So the fact that we now get to reach out and talk to you is just awesome. And I love the fact that you're so open to doing it.
Yeah, man. And yeah, I'm stoked. Really and like one thing to think about too, it's like at one point I was in the same boat, as you guys, where I was looking up to all these people that were making games, and it was just like, so I totally understand. I haven't forgotten what that felt like, when first time I met some of my own heroes, and I was like, oh, dude, this is so cool. Like, these guys make the games that I love, and it's really cool.
That's amazing. That's amazing, dude. Yeah.
But I'm nowhere near as cool as the people I've met. I'll say that.
I think you're being humble, but and modest, but no, we certainly appreciate what you've contributed to the industry, and I appreciate every artist has an inspiration and as a hero. So it's just awesome to see developers that pursue their passions, and in a world where conglomerates kind of seem to be owning the day at the moment. It's a lot of that. Yeah, there's a lot of that. I know you're looking forward to tucking in and diving into that topic yourself. You've got a fair share of your own kind of opinions and convictions about the current state of the gaming industry. Good and bad, criticisms and praise, and it's going to be great hearing the perspective of someone who's on the inside, doing the work, not just talking about other people's work. So that's amazing. First of all, guys, I just want to say I apologize for my chest. If I cough a little bit, I'll try and mute the mic. Unfortunately, I've had COVID again a few weeks ago, and it's reinflamed my chest. And my talking aggravates it, so I'm gonna be struggling tonight, but I'm gonna do my best.
It's the weight of his fat head. That's what the problem is.
At least I don't look like a horse jockey, man. On Ritalin. A horse jockey on Ritalin is literally all you look like.
Yeah, but I go fast. I go really fast.
At least my big head can be used as a weapon, like Hammerhead, whatever his name is, on out of
So big,
Spider-Man.
it's got its own gravitational force.
Facts. It attracts all the chicks. Oh. Anyway,
but saying that, bro, I'm actually ill as well. I've got some sort of flu. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I actually do too.
We're all poorly, so let's be the worldwide company of ailments tonight. It's gonna be dope. So first of all, I'm just trying to get up a little bit of gameplay and get up the links that I had available the other day. Usually I'd have all the links ready and all the gameplay ready. Guys, I'm sorry. Waking up late it's one of them things. But first of all, Mike, introduce yourself, buddy. Tell the panel a bit about yourself, about what got you here to this point in your career in the industry, what it is you do, and what you've worked on, etc.
Okay, yeah. So I'm a super normal dude. There's nothing really that impressive about me. I'm just like I just really liked games as a kid, and I would do stuff like I had like little design documents, which is just like making spreadsheets about games that you want to build. And so I kind of at some point when I was a teenager, I stopped doing that, got into music, and then circled back around in my mid-20s. Was like, all right, I'm sick of like these normal jobs I have where I'm driving school buses or delivering pizza, and I was like, I'm going all in. I'm going to do something that means something to me. So I headed into concept art, and I've been doing that for professionally 8 years. So yeah, it's been quite the ride. And then at some point around 2018, I was like, all right, it's, I'm working for all these companies and it's fun, but I don't have control over any of my own ideas. And so I was like, I'm gonna build my own game. And so I just started heading in that direction.
That's incredible. So flipping out concept art, I've got up your YouTube right now. I'm gonna show people. 1 second. You've got quite a large portfolio that you've got displayed for people to see, which is pretty awesome. On your YouTube, guys, you can find Mike Garn's YouTube at Mike Garn Design, and he's showcasing off his gameplay of the latest game he's currently working on, as well as
so the YouTube to go to would be Dicom Software. That's the name of my studio, and then I'm trying to transition all of my junk over to that instead of my personal account.
So Dicom Software is this DYKOM software. But I just wanted to ask.
That's where all the good stuff is.
Yeah, this is where all the juicy stuff is. I'm looking forward to. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna play a little bit of what's available here. Here we go. So I just wanted to ask you, Mike, what made you become a concept artist and get to this point as a concept artist? Like, what was it that why concept artist?
So it's a lot of things. I did a lot of research early on, and you have a lot of directions you can go when you want to become a game developer. Like animation, coding, even stuff like marketing is a job. 3D modeler, but concept art is the one that has where you get to put the most of yourself in. I feel like so because you're like at the forefront of everything. Like the design decisions are in your hands. Whereas a lot of the other jobs, you're getting handed the concept art's ideas, and then you just are creating their ideas. So I was like, I don't really want to create other people's ideas. I want to create as much of my own ideas as possible. So concept art was the way to go.
Facts. Yeah, I can.
When it comes to concept art,
I tell you,
when you get to that, do you get to actually pitch the ideas so they kind of give you a broad idea of what it is that you're doing as far as the game, and then you get to just dump what's in your mind on them, and they can accept or decline it?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like when I was the first time I got to really do it was Black Ops 4. I was at the tail end of Black Ops 3, and then we transitioned into Black Ops 4. And at that point, we did what's called a blue sky phase, where we just go wild. And it's like there's no rules. You can just pitch whatever ideas that you want, and then they start running with that. I mean, there's some themes involved that they have in place, but for the most part, you can just get crazy. And it's a shame that not everything from the blue sky phase ends up in the game because it gets so wild. There's so many talented people there. I think we had like 15 concept artists or something there, and everybody was incredible. Just some of the most talented people I've ever had the pleasure to work with.
Guys, are you guys experiencing connection issues? I just wanted to make sure everybody's.
There is a little bit of a dropout going on.
More than normal.
It's only for a second or so. No.
All right, that's a relief.
It literally just went there. It seems to be okay now.
I apologize. I also wanted to say, Mike, again, I apologize. I'm not I promise you, I'm not this rusty normally. It's just unfortunately the lack of prep time because of waking up late. It's left me just. I even forgot to introduce the panel right now. I'm a freaking tell you what is wrong with me tonight, guys.
Listen, we are not important tonight, okay? Mike it's fine.
Guys, I wanted to.
Everyone in the chat knows us. We're good.
Man alive!
It feels like my birthday.
I know, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I wanted to introduce just quickly Styx. Welcome, brother. It's great that you're here. For those who don't know Styx, we had him on the show not too long ago, and he left a major impression on listeners. They really enjoyed having him, and we agreed to get him on more often, and Styx is up for that, and it's an honour for us. So I just want to say hi, Styx. How you doing? You good?
What up, Willie? It might be a little noisy here. I'm playing that part with the wife, but we'll make it work. But shout out to you. Thank you for having me. Shout out to Retro and shout out to Mike. Let's get these questions started. Also, I wanted to say Black Ops 4 is arguably the last good Call of Duty game, so that's a good place to have left that right now.
Nice.
Fantastic, bro. Fantastic.
Well, don't worry, I worked on another one after that. So
yeah, I've been playing a lot of. Hey, Styx, I'm sorry, brother. Your mic is really muffled, dude. It's a lot less clear than it was the other week. It's hard to hear you at times. I don't know if that can be fixed at all. Just wanted to say shout out to Azadine. What is good, buddy? John Drazy, your boy John Drazy's in the chat. Mike,
yeah, dude,
man,
he's still getting these hands. His Tekken 8 releases, he's had it.
We've got Jamie Mather. By the way, Jamie, that package that Doomsayer has sent to you in the post, all that streaming equipment and stuff. Oh crap! I didn't mean to flip and reveal what it was. I'm an idiot. But it's done now. It's said all of the this box of goodies that Doomsayer has sent you. It'll be there any day now. He checked the package details and it's almost arrived. So just a few more days and you'll have it. So shout out to Jamie, Mr. Ray Rock, Zuby Tech in the chat. We got Zuby. He's a very much appreciated guy on Twitter. A lot of people follow him. Greatness awaits. What is good, everyone? Thank you all for being here. And Retro, I know you've already been speaking, but how are you doing? You good? It's great that you're here. Thanks for being here, bud.
It's all good, man. I'm well.
Good. So I'm just we've got so much of Mike Garn's work and portfolio to scroll through. tonight, so just enjoy some of the concepts that he's had a hand in and worked on. The thumbnail itself showcases some of his work as well in the background. So yeah, a lot of amazing designs. Mike, you were saying that you worked on more than the Black Ops series. You worked on Infinite Warfare as well, right?
Yeah, I worked on that, and what's that one that was recent? There's so many, I get them all mixed up in my head. Let's see, Cold War. That's what it was. Also did some Cold War stuff. There was a DLC map that was a mall. I worked a bunch on that.
Oh, nice. Flipping heck.
Yeah, but I didn't really play. I didn't play that one. I don't really play. Until the recent Call of Duty that came out. I haven't played for a long time the COD games, but I think I'm back on board.
Nice.
That new one's fun, man.
The third-person Warzone mode has got everybody hooked, hasn't it? Got the world hooked again. But yeah, I played the beta. I enjoyed it, but I don't know, man. As I've gotten older, Call of Duty just kind of stopped. I fizzled out of it. My brother still plays it an awful lot. My big brother, he's very much a Call of Duty player. But I do.
Yeah, I haven't played. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say I've been playing Infinite Warfare recently, and honestly, man, that game, it holds up insane. Like the visuals. I can't believe how good it looks for its time. Like, it's still one of the best looking shooters out there.
That one was probably. I mean, I've had fun on a lot of games, but that one is probably because that was my first real game I worked on. That's probably the one I have. It was the most exciting of them all to work on. That's for sure. And yeah, I'm still to this day like very proud of the designs that made it into that.
Yeah,
I can imagine. They had a real vision when they made that, and I think they did a great job making it happen.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Jamie Mather says that the presents arrived, the gift arrived, so we should let Doomsayer know. Doomsayer, we'll definitely hit him up after the show and let him know. He'll be delighted to hear the good news, Jamie. Hope you enjoyed the presents. For those who don't know, Jamie, he's a young lad. I actually work with his mum. He's only 12, I believe, and yet he's got such a clever head on his shoulders, and he wants to be a game developer when he grows up. And I was having a complex flipping conversation about AI algorithms with him on the train at one time, and my mind was being blown. Like, he's such a clever lad, and he does a bit of his own streaming and stuff, and makes stop motion videos, and he's just a clever kid with a lot of passion for video games. So he tunes into this show every week, every week that it's on, and so Doomsayer wanted to send him a gift, that being the Chad that he is, and he sent him a big box full of streaming supplies and all other kinds of things. So that's awesome. So glad to hear that, Jamie. He'll be glad to know that he's finally arrived. He's been threatening over it all week, kind of wondering when it will arrive and has it got lost in the delivery process. So so that's awesome.
I'm getting loads of American candy. I can't wait.
That's amazing.
He sent me loads of sweeties over, so I'm just waiting for them there.
So what projects have you actually worked on, Mike? You've worked on, you said Black Ops and Call of Duty Infinite Warfare was your first proper project. Tell us a little bit about that, buddy. What projects you've actually done?
Just concept on those. Let's see. Well, how long ago was it? 2 or 3 years ago? They brought me on for Proteus, which was super huge honor because they trusted me to help them build some guns. And up until that point, I'd mostly just done a lot of environment work, but I really wanted to switch into building guns. And so they trusted me, and they're like, all right, yeah, man, we'll give you some guns to build, and started doing that. And that was a really fun project. And I still get excited anytime I see video clips of people running around with my designs.
Oh, man. That's amazing, bro. I don't know if I know people in the panel in the chat have seen Proteus. It's a freaking. I think the art style is so unique.
Yeah, they killed it, man. It's so good.
Did you ever?
When I saw they.
Go on. What? Sorry, go on. You go.
Oh, when I saw the Kickstarter, that's when I first saw it, and I was like, in my head, I was like, what will it take for me to work on this? And I was like super determined to work on it, so I reached out to them, and they liked my work, and they brought me on. I was like, yes. So I got a little say in how Proteus turned out, I guess, which is cool.
Fantastic.
But yeah, the art style is so good.
Okay. I hate that I have to do this. I'm really sorry, brother. Again, because of the impromptu nature of me oversleeping, I haven't turned off my device downstairs, which saps my internet, and I need to turn it off. And it will just take me literally 30 seconds because my internet is dropping like crazy.
Okay.
Go on, Steve. Go on, Retro. Cheers. Oh, my wife's doing it. Thank you.
Alright, so you've went from working on like AAA, big, massive budget releases, to kind of starting your own indie company. What are the major differences for the likes of your workflow and stuff like that? Is more put onto you because you're a smaller team now, stuff like that. You know, what's the main differences and maybe benefits of going indie over AAA?
So the biggest difference is probably mostly just financial, where when you're working AAA, you have security. That's like the big thing that you have working AAA. You're going to make money. You're going to be able to pay your bills. But when you switch to indie, everything is riding on you, and that's like a huge amount of pressure to get something like this done. And I miss having. I'm excited to have. Oh, dude, seriously, you don't have to sweat it, man. Like it's all good, man. I'm still just as stoked that you guys invited me on.
Brilliant.
Guys, hello everyone. If you can hear me now, my mic is back. Yeah, everything's working. We are reconnected, and my internet is now stable. Everything's fine. Everything's working as it should. I am so sorry for the 5-minute interruption. I'm so sorry for how things have gone so far. This couldn't have gone any worse for me. And it's just, honestly, what the hell is going on, Jason? We are back. Yeah, everything's good. Fantastic. What's good, everyone? Thank you for your patience and for sticking with the show. Appreciate it. So, no more bullshit. We have on my part. Let's enjoy our guest and the panel and find out more about this developer, this acclaimed developer, and everything that we've got prepared for you. So, Mike, thanks for your patience, brother. It's appreciated.
Dude, no problem, man. No, like seriously, nobody knows what it's like to have things falling apart around them. More like an indie dev developer, actually any developer. This is like my life is things falling apart and having to like duct tape things back together and be like, please, just everything go smoother. Like that's all my life is.
Facts. It's definitely one of the worst one of the worst things you can go through when you have a show like this and everything's going wrong and falling at it seams. But I appreciate you,
dude. I've had this recurring nightmare in my life where I have to go up and give a presentation in front of a bunch of other concept artists, and I've got my PowerPoint going up in a big auditorium, and no matter what I do, I can never find the files that I need to show them, and that's like that sums it up pretty well. It's always that wherever I go.
Yeah, Yeah.
Mike, we have a question for you from 47 in the chat. He says, how many people are working on your game?
So it's mostly me, but I bring on people here and there. So I have one guy I bring on pretty frequently that does animation. The guy, he kills it. Anything that's too crazy for me to animate, I ask him to do it. And then I also hired on like guys to do like props. And then I hired someone on to do the music for me too.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
The concept art, I'm just browsing through some of the concept art you've done. It's I've got a whole portfolio that you sent my way. This is the Proteus. These are the Proteus weapons, by the way, that you designed. You designed these bad boys.
Oh yeah. I designed them, and they let me model the actual in-game models, which no company's ever trusted me to do the models.
Holy so you built them in the engine as well?
Yeah, so I built them in a 3D package, then sent them to them, and they just put it in the engine, and it was good to go.
Wow.
Incredible.
So so like the models, it's cool when you're playing the game and you're holding the gun, you're like, I am holding the gun in the game that I built with my own hands. It's pretty sweet.
Bro,
I'd say that would be surreal, definitely.
Yeah, there's no underestimating.
It's still exciting to me
what you've accomplished at a young age as well. You look pretty damn young to me.
I look young.
Look at that beautiful face. Look at that beautiful face right there. You look what?
No, dude,
in your mid 30s at most, at late oldest.
Yeah, mid 30s.
Bro, you say you're not. Hey, come on, don't insult me. I'm 29. I'm nearly your age. It's we ain't old. We've still got it. We can still dab.
That's what old people say to themselves. Just saying.
I mean, like
you got no leg to stand on retro. You've got like how many kids? Like nine kids.
Listen, my wife was easy caught. What can I say?
You sound 12. You sound 12, but you're like in your 50s or some shit. It's crazy.
I'm not that old. Jesus.
Joking. But Geo Knows Gaming says you look like you're 50, Wooly. Damn, cheeky bastard, right? Moving on from discussing ages, not having that shit, not being publicly humiliated about how old I look. It's the wrinkle, okay? It's the woolly wrinkle. I've got this famous wrinkle in my forehead that kind of runs through the family, and it makes me look way older than I am. No, but knowing that you designed the weapons in Proteus, that's a big get, man. That's a big deal.
Yeah, it's probably out of all the. I mean, it's one of my favorite things I've worked on. I'm always, yeah. It's like you spend your whole career, and I talk about this with my concept art friends, and we're like, man, I just want to work on one project where I can genuinely like show people and be like, I'm super proud of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I can imagine that you are super proud of this. That shotgun too, bro. It's a beast.
Thanks,
man. Well, the praise John Linneman gave the game must have made you feel really good, because he loves that game.
Oh yeah, dude, so many people were playing it where I was like, whoa, this is crazy. Like Civvy played it, and I've like seen Civvy run. I think it was Civvy I was watching. He was running around with the weapons, and I was like, this is wild. Even though I know that anybody that's played Call of Duty has run around through my maps too, so it's like,
Yeah.
It's a lot of people. A lot of people have ran through my stuff.
Big facts. Composter says hard paper round, Wooly. Right, give it a rest, you lot. I see your comments. That's enough.
Find it on, lads. Find it on, people, please.
I love it. So
it warms my heart.
So I wanted to ask you, Mike. You've worked on Proteus. You worked on Call of Duty in map level design, I believe, right?
For which?
Yeah.
So it was professionally. I've only done concept art.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you why are concept artists so important? Because concept artists don't. There's this idea, right, that concept artists are only there for the pre-development stage. Like they draw pictures and go. But is there more to it? Because I think they go criminally underlooked, or overlooked rather. They go criminally overlooked, and yet they're so important for the from what I've heard, they're a critical role in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they're like the front lines of every game, you know, and if a game doesn't have them, you can tell. It's the games that don't look good tend to not have concept artists. So, and yeah, we're there from beginning to end, especially on a big AAA project. The work just keeps on coming because every single detail is so, it just takes so much time to design every single thing. Like I sent you some images of one of the Black Ops 3 zombie maps, and you can see just like all the little details. There's one of a page with a bunch of writing on it, for example. I don't know if you remember that one.
I do. But, I'm gonna get it now. Is that in your? So I've got to. Is that in professional screenshots, professional work, or personal work?
Yeah, professional screenshots.
Professional screenshots. Here we go. Let me open up the list of Black Ops pictures. Here we go. And there's one of the. Did you say there's the zombie map? I'm gonna scroll through them now. It
just has a piece of paper with a bunch of writing on it, and it's probably I would say it's probably the most surprising thing that a concept artist does.
Oh, I remember the picture.
Yeah, I saw it when we were going through them all. Almost there. I can feel it.
This one.
See, I think I'm catching up. I think I might have a little bit of lag. Oh, it's the next one. Yeah, that one too. Yeah, so like I had to draw all that stuff for that chalkboard, and I had to do a bunch of those chalkboards. And then
and
the other one is just a.
Look at that. What? And this piece of paper right here with all this writing on.
Yeah, so like I sat there and it was the weirdest brief because they're like, it's like a laboratory and we cannot have it actually say anything for legal reasons. So they're like, we need you to write a bunch of gibberish that nobody, if they try to read it, it's not going to make any sense. So I sat there and I drew out in cursive like a few words that are just really generic. Like you can see the word "it" in there like a bunch of times. And I just was copying and pasting these words all over a bunch of documents. I think I did like 8 of these documents. But it's like that's a concept art thing, and that's not something you do at the beginning of a project. That's something that's going to happen at the end with extra time, and that's what we fill our time with, is doing all of the little details at the very end. Not only that, but they also have you. There's a lot of changes that take place near the end of a map, and they'll be like, "Yeah, we changed this entire room, and we need you to redesign it again." So there's a lot of that. I think there was some of the Black Ops 4 multiplayer maps that I redesigned like, I want to say like 5 times. Mm-hmm. I redesigned almost the whole entire thing. And
wow. Mike, that's
pretty wild.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Like that is nuts to think we're talking to the man responsible for a lot of the creative decisions with these maps that we've played for years, you know, in our lives. You know, it's pretty nuts. It's a humbling thing to consider. Kind of crazy.
There's so much. I mean, there's just so much stuff that goes into it all. It's crazy, man.
If you could like summarize like why in what ways is that all part of just is that like a generic part of the, I'm not saying is it generic, but is that
like
literally within
the process?
A normal part of the process as concept artists, like undertaking huge challenges like that, you know, that, and with those stipulations that the creative director puts on you, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a lot of that. I would say the part about it that most people are usually surprised at is that it's a lot of problem solving. It's so much more than drawing. You're solving problems for a company in a video game that will ultimately go unnoticed by everybody. But like when they send me one of these maps, it's just a bunch of gray blocks, right? That's the level designer's job. They've now designed it. It's all just gray blocks everywhere. They send it to me, and they say, all right, now the theme of this is that it's a mall, and we want you to decorate it. So it's my job to go in and understand their game rules, like, oh, hey, like, here's the boundaries, but we don't want this to be a bunch of blocks at the end. We want this to look like a real livable space. And so you start to develop like tricks like doing small insets into walls and stuff, but it can't interfere with gameplay because you can't have players going into that inset. So you have to figure out little tricks like putting little barricades in front. And it's so much problem solving because you're working around these level designers' ideas, and you're not allowed. That's the one forbidden thing of a concept artist. You do not mess with the level design.
Wow. There's so much more to it, man, than I ever anticipated. Like, it's a big deal. It's literally not being given an idea and asking you to draw the idea. There's a huge level of what's the word? It's like you really are part of the design process. Like it has to work with the design specifications, or should I say the design, the desires of the creative director, you know, and how they get the functionality of the game, so to speak.
Yeah, and having a creative director at the very top of it all is so important. Like, without a good art director, is what they're called, everyone's pretty much running around like chickens without their heads. And so I've been very fortunate that I've had a lot of really kick-ass art directors, and they know what they want, and they've always trusted me to be able to like reproduce their vision. Mm-hmm. And yeah, man, it's pretty exciting thing to do every day. It's just such a going from, because I was going from being like a pizza delivery guy and like a school bus driver to all of a sudden now I'm like building Call of Duty with an art director that worked on what did he work on, like The Last of Us, I think? I can't remember. It was just mind-blowing how good his direction was, and I'm learning all the stuff. But yeah, the whole process is so much more complex than people realize when they're just playing the games. You just couldn't even comprehend how much stuff is happening and going on behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sergeant says, that reminds me how Mood Visuals Studio, which are who are specialized in concept arts, worked on Horizon Forbidden West concept phase. Interesting. We've got a very cultured chat on the show, Mike. It's why the pressure's always on me to deliver a good one, because these guys they know their stuff. It's crazy.
That's the best.
Honestly.
Nothing gets me more stoked than people that enjoy the work and are like, I guess, more attuned to it. Like they're paying attention to more than just the surface level. They're interested in what's going on under the hood. And I think that's super cool.
Josh,
you got a chat full of
facts. Josh Ayres asks you, Mike. So do they give you the base idea, or do you get to add ideas of your own?
Yeah, I have a lot of freedom. They give me like the broadest sense of an idea. For example, like, hey, we're going to build a flying airport for a Black Ops 3 like DLC map. And that's all they really tell me. And then they say, like, let's explore some of the aesthetic decisions we could make. Like, are we going to make it more like Blade Runner? Are we going to make it more like a clean future where, you know, and then even the shape languages, which it's like sometimes things are more blocky or things have more curves, color palettes. A lot of that like the art director, he decides a lot of that stuff, but it's our job to kind of help him figure out what he wants to do. Mm-hmm. And then, but once all that's figured out, then there's a point where we do have a ton of freedom to do pretty much add whatever we want as long as it fits within the theme. So I think that answers the question.
100%. And 47 asks, how was the working hours? Any crunch?
So a lot of the jobs have crunch. Concept art does have crunch. I'm trying to do it fairly, because this is one of those topics where I get kind of annoyed hearing games journalists talk about crunch. Because I'm kind of a workaholic.
I tell you what, then let's bottle that, and we'll come back to that when we discuss exactly that's part of the.
Okay.
If you want to, where we can.
That's fine, man.
So you can really go go wax lyrical and go full.
I gotta be somewhat nice.
Go full Eminem solo kind of freestyle on that bad boy. Get a camera, set it up on the ground, and
dude, I got my little soapbox right here.
Make you go crazy. Make you go. Yeah, facts, bro. Well, we're looking forward to that. Definitely, 100%. So I'm really glad that you kind of you've addressed that kind of misnomer. It's not really fair, but the idea that concept artists are only really there for pre-development stage. Honestly, like, I had no idea how hands-on concept artists are, but they have a full ongoing input into the actual game throughout its development.
Yeah, I mean, it can make or break a game.
That's fantastic. Honestly, good night, Shaki Shako. He says he's off to bed. He's going to watch the rest of the show later. Have a wonderful rest of your day, everyone. Yeah, you too, buddy. All the best. Thanks for tuning in. So let's discuss. I'm just showing gameplay of games that you've worked on right now, and I'm super impressed about Proteus. You are basically a full-on designer of a lot of what people appreciate when they actually play the game. It's incredible. We see a lot of regular posts from you about Arcsync, your new game. What can you tell us about Arcsync?
So Arcsync it's kind of me trying to take control of my life. That's why I'm doing it, because I like working on AAA, but I want to do my own thing. I want to have full control over my ideas when I build. But Arcsync is kind of special. It's the first story that I have in a universe of lots of stories that I'm building, and it's basically about a little teddy bear that reprograms this war robot to get back to his owner. And so they're kind of like a troublemaking little duo where they cause a lot of damage along the way, and which works perfectly because the whole game is just about shooting stuff. So you're just blowing up stuff the whole time. And then as far as gameplay goes, it's more like it's a very aggressive little game. Most people think that it has more in common with Metroid, but it's actually more in common with something like Doom, like the original Doom games.
Oh, wow.
Very, very fast game. The kind of game where you have to think before you move around. There's nothing. Yeah, it's a very thinking game, like Doom.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard comparisons to Contra also, which is a kind of a fair comparison, but Contra is so slow and lacks so much control compared to my game.
Yeah.
That I have a hard time agreeing with it completely.
You've totally kind of modernized the gameplay, whilst having this gorgeous kind of retro, almost, it's got cyberpunk-esque kind of elements to it, which I love. Go on, Retro.
I was just saying, it's kind of pixel art, isn't it?
Yeah, pixel art.
Yeah. Which that's I went pixel art because it's cheaper and faster. I can build scenes really quick.
Mm-hmm. That's amazing. I just want to say,
I love the look of it. I think it looks fantastic.
I just want to check that Styx's mic is still working. He's been a bit quiet, so I just want to make sure he's okay. Styx, are you there, brother? Oh, his mic's muted. He must be away. He must have things going on. No worries. When he comes on, no problem. So yeah, apologies for
I hope you are too, mate.
Yeah, apologies for the smaller panel tonight, by the way, Mike. We intended to have a larger panel, but unfortunately, I think I don't know whether it's the month or the time of the year, but so much crap is going on in people's lives right now, and it's crazy, man. Several of the panel members just had to drop out last minute and send their apologies in regards to you. But yeah, it's a shame, but it's just one of them things that can't be helped.
This is a more cozy and intimate experience. That's what we're giving.
I love it. It's so cozy. No, 100%. It is 100% a more cozy and intimate experience. Let's get intimate with a game developer, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Wooly Gamers ASMR video. No, but for real. Twisted Sim says, "Go away, porn bot." I love it. We. I tell you what came at the perfect time. We get spammed terribly by porn bots. It's terrible.
Oh no!
It is not reflective of my search history. I just want to assure you.
Mike, I've got a question for you.
Yeah, man.
It's from Theo Knows. He says he's going to ask the real hard-hitting questions. He says, "How hard is it to design nipples in a game?"
Well, I don't know. I've never designed any, but I know there are artists that have. I bet I wouldn't even be surprised. Like you play a game like the new God of War. Doesn't Kratos not have a shirt? You can see his nips.
Mm-hmm. That's true, actually. I never actually looked at his nipples.
I wouldn't even be surprised if there's like a sheet of concepts that's just strictly focusing on like maybe not specifically his nipples, but is definitely his chest. And the nipples have been a big part of the discussion. No doubt about it.
Facts. That's hilarious. I tell you what, nipples have come a long way. Nipples have come a long way since the PS1 Tomb Raider days. Okay,
dude, nipple tech, man.
This is Sony's AAA stamp on it. This nipple is like A1. Bang on.
It shrinks up when it gets cold in the game.
Yeah, facts. What's that noise going on in the background? What is it? All right, no worries. No, yeah, that's a great question, Gio. I'm dead. That's hilarious. What a question to ask. Well,
it makes me think about all the stupid things I've had to concept because it's not all cool guns and robots. Like sometimes there are really stupid things you got to concept.
Yeah,
it's like okay, here we go. Let's concept this ridiculous thing.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Mike is on Dicom Software. If you want to subscribe to that, I'll actually post the link here in the chat. He uploads dev blogs and vlogs onto the channel to explain the challenges of game development, what he's doing, what he's working on, how he's doing it. It's really interesting. I've been watching his content and it's fantastic, and it's just a great time. So feel free to check out his show, his channel, Dicom Software.
You can almost experience like my full 5 years of transformation as a game developer within it.
Yeah, here he is. Only 3 of them. Look at this. Who is this guy right here? I love it. But yeah, it's great videos. They're only brief. They're like between 8 and 14 minutes long, and give you a great rundown of various challenges of game development, which is fantastic. So yeah, thank you, Mike, for uploading those videos. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
So, can I ask what if I check out your profile right now on Twitter, I'll get this up. Unfortunately, the whole deal of flipping not having everything up and ready due to me waking up late, it's getting things up takes a few seconds, so apologies. So this is we see you, like for example here, you uploading a lot of updates about Arcsync. You definitely seem to be having a long-term hand on the game throughout its development, which is awesome. You mentioned you're the primary designer of the game. It's basically your baby.
Yeah, I mean it's basically everything you're seeing is almost all of it is like 99% of it is me.
Insane.
So
that's madness, man.
Yeah, it's all part of. So like, it took me about 10 years to develop all the skills I needed to build the game, and because in 2008ish was the first time I was like, I had this idea for this universe, and I was like, oh man, it'd be so cool to do this. And my little brother, he was working in this game engine called like it's like an FPS game engine or something. I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, just talking to him about it, I was like, why am I not doing this? Why am I not? The tech is coming, like where you can build your own games. Why am I not preparing for this? So yeah, that kind of set me up for this whole quest to just be able to develop, to have every single skill needed to build my own game.
Is this an actual scene in the game that you created? This is actually in the game.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's in the game.
This looks like if I've ever seen a AAA 2D side scroller, this is it. It looks phenomenal. Like
thanks, man.
The movement, the lighting, the all that's going on in the background, the animations, like it's just so. It takes me back to the Terminator 2 days where it showed the
actual atmosphere there.
Yeah, it's just absolutely phenomenal, man. Like. You need to get that video clip and upload it to Dicom software because it's like an absolute seller. That honestly, stupid Twitter compression ruins everything.
Oh, it's on there. It's on there somewhere.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's definitely there. It's probably in the work in progress section.
Okay. Well, I'll be.
I usually upload anything that's cool. It's uploaded on the YouTube for sure. And like this one, this clip in particular, like blew up like crazy. I think I got like 150,000 views amongst all of my different platforms within like the first few days.
Yeah, this is definitely right here a money shot. Sorry guys, sorry for my cough.
Mike, I know you said it's expensive to like support all the different systems at once, but. Can you just make sure that one of the first ones after the Steam release is the PlayStation, please?
So PlayStation is the hardest one to do.
Oh, really?
So
why is that?
Like I wonder how much. I don't have any contracts with them, so I could probably say a lot of stuff.
Let's do it.
And a lot of this is hearsay, like me researching it and like going into like Reddit and reading people's experiences developing for PlayStation, but. Apparently, out of all of the consoles, they have the worst support for developers. So, and they're the most expensive to develop on. Like, for example, you have to buy your own developer kit just to work with them. And that can get pretty pricey. Whereas, like, the Xbox, all I have to do is just go pick up a Series X, and it's already set up to be a dev kit, basically.
Yeah.
And then you've got... And I can't really talk much about the Switch because I'm like a license. I think the term is being a licensed developer with them, so I can't say a lot. But
is a dev kit substantially more expensive than a standard console?
Yeah, usually it is. Like the PlayStation dev kits are, I don't know, like what, 5 times as expensive.
Although I would say one thing is. Maybe try contacting Sony because John Dreesy, he's another indie developer.
John Dreesy, he's friends with Mike actually. He was in the chat before.
Yeah, he's the one that introduced us.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. He got sent a dev kit for free.
No way.
Honestly, bro. Like
he told us on the show. They sent him one out for free.
I was thinking the same thing. Your experience is not reflective of other
I don't have any experience. I don't have any experience. It's just like me doing research on other developers that have tried to do it.
Oh, it's Microsoft, bro. They own the internet. Do you not know this?
I had read similar stuff though. Sorry. I know what he's talking about. I read the same sort of stuff.
Yeah.
There was a lot about that.
There have been bad experiences, 100%.
But yeah, I would reach out to them, bro, and just see.
Yeah, it's not that I don't want to put it on the platform. It's like a matter of finances, and if the game does well, like if it does well on PC, then with that extra money I get, then it's like straight into porting into the other consoles.
This will 100% do well on Steam.
I would definitely buy that.
Yeah,
I would like to play that.
I'm already copping this bad boy, 100%. This does absolutely everything for me. This one scene right here captures my imagination, like
yeah.
it really does. I think it's absolutely stunning what you've created here, Mike. And hats off to you for all your AAA game kind of experience has paid off, because little things like the water pouring out of these pipes and hitting the rocks and the lighting, how the lighting actually creates I don't know if it's a 2D is global illumination or whether it's just baked lighting kind of. I don't know how you do it, but it's the way that the
normal lights, normal 3-dimensional light. So this is all layers. It's not actually 2D. This is actually 3D. And if you see when it moves, things are overlapping because all of these, it's a bunch of planes. And if you could tilt this camera to the side at an angle, you would see the layers.
That's incredible.
And so then with that, you throw on like a 3-dimensional light, and then it just looks phenomenal in Unreal Engine. So this is Unreal Engine also, which people think I'm ridiculous. I've had people say I'm ridiculous for doing this in Unreal. But I'm like, no, I'm doing it in Unreal. Unreal is like freaking awesome.
Maybe you're going to change the way game developers view Unreal Engine. It's not just an unoptimized monster for AAA, massive, endless open world. So it's
it seems like all it builds now is battle royales.
Yeah, you can use it in very versatile ways, as you're clearly proving here, which is fantastic.
So one of the coolest things about, cause I've had people play it here and there, and everybody tells me the same thing. They're like, I've seen the videos of it, it looks cool, but I'm always skeptical if it plays good. And every single person that's played it tells me I'm surprised at how fun this is once I start figuring it out. And I'm super stoked to get this into people's hands and get more feedback on it.
Yeah, 100%. I'm going to be pre-ordering this bad boy. Sticks, did you say something before, brother, that I missed? You asked a question during like multiple people talking. No.
Yeah, my mic is bad right now, so I don't.
Can't
hear me well, but I was saying, so all you need to develop on Xbox is an Xbox as a dev kit.
Yeah.
And they have no third-party support or any games. I just wanted to make light of that. I think it's pretty amusing, actually. So you can take it home, make games with it, and yet nobody wants to. Look at that.
That's funny. You can actually pay 20 quid. I think it's a 20 quid fee, and you can unlock it as a dev kit. And it gives you the ability to literally create on it. It's nuts. People use it for emulators. They use it for that reason. They pay the 20 quid dev kit unlock fee, and it allows you to emulate games on it. So like it's a pretty cool emulator, which is pretty.
I love hearing about the when these companies that put out the consoles, when they actually make it easy, try to make it easier for people to build games. I love that. So
I will say, Mike,
really like
I know PlayStation they've doubled down on their initiative to support indie developers. So I think they're not the company they used to be in that sense. From 2018, they've really knuckled down. So maybe if you did ask them for a dev kit, I'm pretty sure they would. I can't say for sure, but it might be worth it. Or just steal John Drazy's. Just steal his. It's fine. Just go to his house in the dead of.
After the Blue Box Games incident, they were like, you know what? We're not giving out these games.
Yeah, Blue Box, man. What a sham that was. That was crazy.
For everyone.
Yeah.
Hey, I actually did have a question regarding the game concept art thing. So, concept artist, is there like an overlap or a bridge between character designer, or is that a totally different thing? Do you ever get to conceptualize character art, or is that a separate phase, separate side of concept completely?
So concept art is like the broadest of the terminologies, and then within that is the subsets, which are like character artist, environment artist, prop artist, vehicle artist, weapons artist. So, but the overarching title is concept artist. And yeah, designing anything underneath that umbrella is still considered concept.
Nice.
So like I've never done, let's see, I've only done character concept on my own. I've never done it professionally, because that's in of itself, it's its own skill set. Like you have to understand how fabric is put together, how like seams work on a shirt, how just something as simple as like the spacing of a button. Like I don't really know all that stuff, so I'm not very good at it, and I don't have like a mind that's very interested in fashion design as much as I do like environment design and prop design and weapon design. So that's why I've always stuck with those. But I have a lot of friends that are like super invested in character art, and they're phenomenal at it. And they like they've been doing stuff for like The Last of Us and things like that. So
fantastic,
it's
bro.
Pretty awesome.
Your work on Proteus compared to your environmental design in Call of Duty, like it's great that the jobs that you've picked up and the projects that you've worked on all have allowed you to really dig deep into different aspects of what you love, and that's pretty. And now it's all culminating in this, where you're able to go wild with your, not just with the concept art that's remaining true to the supporting the design of the game, but you are designing the game. You know, you're the creative, I guess you could say the creative director, you know, as well as the artist behind it. So it's exciting to see everything that you've worked on culminating together in this game, and I think it's a real congratulations moment if I do say so myself. So yeah.
Oh, thanks, man.
Honestly,
I appreciate that. When it'll be a really cool moment when it's done. That's that's when it's really going to be a good moment.
Yeah. No,
but,
facts. 100%.
It's been really fun. It's been really fun to work on. I really love it.
Do you get feedback if people have wishlisted the game?
No.
That would be amazing if you could like figure out.
I would love to know what people are thinking when they're wishlisting it.
Steam, see, that's something Steam should do. They should take note of and inform developers of who's wishlisting the game to give them kind of an idea of the traction the game is making.
I mean, I definitely know how many. I definitely know all the numbers, but I don't know. That's about all I know.
Yeah, fantastic. So I wanted to ask you, Mike, what influences your perspective, and are there any influences outside of gaming that have an impact on your work? So is there anything that's inspired you particularly or influenced you in terms of the way that you approach concept design, the style that you use, etc., etc.?
Yeah, definitely. As far as other things go, I'm a huge fan of like the alien aesthetic from the movies. That's probably like my favorite thing. I don't even, in a way, I feel bad because it's like all I want to make is Alien, pretty much, but just not call it Alien.
I think every motherfucker wants to just make Alien. I love it. Yeah, Alien is that art style, isn't it? It's that incredible.
It's the coolest one.
Yeah,
it's like they got it, and it sucks because you're like, as a concept artist, your dream is to create something new and exciting that can revolutionize things. Like you got like Geiger, and Alien has it all. It's the worst. They've got Geiger making the Alien, which will never ever be able to be surpassed in terms of like monster design, and then you've got the environment design of it too, which is like just grounded enough and techie enough to where you're like, yeah, this is a spaceship, this is believable. And
I'll never get over how they created the xenomorphs out of like bike chains and tires and crazy shit.
From beginning to end, the whole design of the necromorph is just absurd and ridiculous, and like the perfect pieces being in the perfect place to make it happen. You got this guy that's having these terrible sexual nightmares all the time, and he decides to put that into an alien design. And then you got like these creative builders that are using all kinds of crazy stuff like you're just describing to build it in real life. The whole thing is wild. But as a concept artist, I look at that and it's terrifying because it's like I know I'll probably never be able to reach like that level of creating something so unique. Like I feel like all the best things have already been done, so I'm just here kind of like hoping to kind of like piggyback off their genius.
Mike, get a license, bro. Like get the license to develop an Alien game. Live your dream. Do it.
Well, at this point, the thing is though, I actually like my game world better anyway.
Yeah.
Now that I've designed it, mine's more of like up to speed with what I want to do, because Alien World is so serious. And like when I was working on zombie stuff, for example, I worked on a bunch of zombie maps, and every time if you're working on this for too long, it starts to get in your head and you go home and you're still thinking about it and you're like, dude, I never get a break from like this darkness. And I like the darkness, but there's a point where you're like, dude, I just wish there was moments that are a little more lighthearted. And so with my game, you've got a lot of darkness, but it's also got like these underlining like whimsical, heartfelt themes in it, which I like. Which is why I would rather work on my stuff than an Alien franchise, to be honest.
I love that, bro. No, hats off to you. No, that's amazing. Hey, you never know. Maybe you'll make a 3D Arcsync spiritual successor. Who knows?
There's I have this planned out more than you could possibly believe.
This does have there are layers to this, bro. Pardon the pun. You know, there's a lot of potential with the world design that you've created for things to go pretty spectacular in the future.
The reason why it's taken so long is because I developed an underlining universe underneath all of this, and I have plans for more games. They don't all have the same characters, and I think I'm really excited about that part of it once the stories start to connect in their own special ways. But you're like, but it's not even the same characters. How are they going to connect? And I've got a plan. And it's going to be awesome. I'm really stoked about it.
Pew pews, explodies, and synthwave. I love it. The way that you name your videos, man, it's just brilliant. Twisted Sin says, I mean, I do get alien vibes from this, so good job on that. So yeah, nice compliment from the chat. Shout out to Solero Brothers. Thank you again to Ron. He's gone. He's got things to do. Got to go make tea. Josh Ayres asks, how long does art take on Call of Duty since it's a 3-year cycle? Or is it longer behind the scenes?
Trying to wrap my head around what that actually means.
So do you get working on a game on like Call of Duty 3 years before its release, or do you have like...
Oh, I see, yeah. So let me think. I started working on, I would say, as soon as, even before a game, so like Black Ops 3, they were already making plans to do Black Ops 4 before it even released, right? Because they're always ahead of the game. And then there's about 6 months where they're just really trying to figure it out, and then there's... Yeah, I would say after a year after the release of whatever the previous game was, that's when things are like in full steam. Mm-hmm. But everything, that first year after a release of like Black Ops 3, we're doing DLCs for Black Ops 3 and also doing pre-production for Black Ops 4.
Wow.
So yeah, it's pretty wild, like how managing a team that size. I think there's like, at any given point, there's 250 to 350 people working under the same roof on that game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Azadine says that it does remind him of Contra, your current game, Arcsync.
It isn't devoid of Contra stuff. I'm surprised nobody's mentioned the game that it's actually referenced out
Metroid.
Nope. Yeah, there's another one. Someone will get it eventually. One of these 90s kids.
Broforce, I'm joking.
Dude, you can kill me.
That's a fantastic game. I love that game.
There's this old 90s game called Abuse. Oh. And anybody that's played it, that's exactly what this is. It's pretty much just
people listing names I've never heard of before. Turrican, Shadow Company. Like, you guys, man, you're showing me up here. I'm so uncultured. Seriously.
I believe that. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Returnal, man. I'm not going to lie. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it's just that dark.
I was playing Returnal. I started playing it like a month ago, I think.
I love that game, man.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit! Like, this looks a lot like what I'm doing.
Don't get me wrong. It's hard to describe because it doesn't actually look like it. You know, obviously visually or anything. I think it's just that little boost.
It's the atmosphere. I would say it's probably the atmosphere.
Yeah.
I think this character could pass as like a Celine, a bit like Metroid's old games versus when Prime Hunter came out, and you know, it was like a transition to 3D and stuff. And this is like the original Returnal before the 3D Returnal came out, kind of thing. I don't know, like it's definitely got Returnal vibes. I can see that. It's
playing Returnal scared me. I'm not gonna lie.
Call your character Celine to really throw people off. That would be dope.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Do it.
Yeah, when I played Returnal, I was like, oh crap, dude, this is bullet hell. this is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
But I love Returnal. It's so good.
It's such a good game. Take care, Dawn. Thank you to Ice Queen Gaming. Hope you have a good night's rest, and thank you for tuning in. So
is the game going to be hard as nails, or what? What's the general difficulty level?
That's such a crazy question, because for me, like, I've been playing the game for 5 years, so I'm like the best in the world at it still. And so it's hard for me to say like what is the difficulty. My goal is, though, that it's going to be a pretty hard game. But I also don't want to I don't want it to be like Dark Souls or anything where it's that frustrating for people. I want it to be fair, and I want to make sure that like when you play the game, it starts out, and I want to teach people how to play the game, so that way by the time they get into it, really into it, they have the tools and the knowledge needed to start to improve and learn and get good at it, because that's when it's fun. I get really frustrated with a lot of games when they just throw you in there, which I think it's fun too in its own way, but it's not how I want to design things. I want things to be fair and set up the player for success, I guess. But still challenge the shit out.
I like the dark elements of this game with the light, the dynamic lighting with the torch and stuff. It has a really nice effect.
That might not make it into this one.
No,
we'll see.
Have at least one or two scary dark moments, bro. Make it happen.
There's definitely dark moments. There's dark moments, but I don't know if the flashlight's going to make it in. It's a whole mechanic.
Yeah, I hear you. It's
well,
it looks really good for what it's worth.
If I have my way, this won't be the end. So I'll have another moment to do all the things I wanted to do.
Yeah, 100%. I wanted to ask you, brother, what you brought up Callisto Protocol the other week, and I'm actually I'll get that. I will get that tweet up. You mentioned functionality, so I'm going to type in Mike Garn design functionality, and the tweet should pop up. I've botched that. I've put Mike Garb design. That's hilarious. You design garbs, Mike. I love it.
I think that's what Garn means. I think it's Swedish or something, and it means like seamstress, like working with clothing. I think, or sheep. I don't remember. Yeah, close enough, man.
But it's not popping up. That's a shame. Well, I'll explain it. So there was a tweet that you put out about Callisto Protocol. First of all, I want to ask how are you finding the game?
I have not played it.
Oh.
But I've only watched like other people playing it. It's gorgeous. It looks amazing. I cannot believe how nice the faces look. But I've been playing. I've had like such a list of other games I got to play first. And when I saw there was a few things about it where I was like, I thought it was like strictly a linear experience, and I saw that it was focused on melee combat, and that I was like, that's not a priority then for me, because it's just not my kind of game. Not to say it's a bad game, okay? Like I'm sure it's a really fun game for a lot of people, but I will play through it because it's so gorgeous eventually.
Yeah, here we go. This is not the tweet, I guess, but it's around the same vein of the principle of what you were talking about. You mentioned that there's different ways to approach sci-fi art. You said my least favorite is whimsically bashing nonsense into an object with no rhythm or function, like this crate. This has more in common with doodling than design. Most people won't notice, but it takes me out of the game. It breaks your... I think this is the tweet, actually. And here's a crate. Yeah, you see a crate here. And... yeah, this crate is saturated with excuse me, with kind of stuff going on, right? So you mentioned the functionality behind all the largely unnecessary and purposeless features on some of the items in the game from screenshots. Does the process of your role as a concept artist ever take on an advisory role regarding things like this? So do you like when it comes to like immersion, feature set, implementation, the functionality. There's not much functionality being shown here. There's a lot of aesthetic stuff to make it look cool, but those things don't do anything. For example, do you suggest these things to like the art director and stuff like that as a concept artist?
Yeah, definitely. I've never had an art director that advised me to just put random stuff, because I normally don't give them stuff like that. And a lot of times I'm getting hired because someone sees my portfolio and they're like, this guy, when he designs something, the majority of the stuff that he puts on an object is functional, or like at least somewhat believable. And it's not about, like, in the chat there, people were commenting, and a lot of people get stuck on like this idea that concept art, everything has to be realistic, which is not even remotely true. It's actually a balancing act between creating something realistic, functional, and aesthetically just awesome. Like, that's a big part of it. It has to look awesome. Like, somebody in there, I was talking with, yeah, we were talking about the Dead Space suit and how cool it is. And they were like, yeah, I just like how believable it is. And like, they were just going into such detail. And I'm like, well, yeah, but I work construction. And if I put that on to build a house, I would probably get hung up on like something, because it has so many sharp edges, and I'm killing myself. So it's like, right, and like end up breaking my neck. And so it's like, it's not about creating something realistic. It's about finding a balance between this functionality and realism, and just making it look cool. And it's okay if it breaks some of the realism here and there, but you just can't go so hard. Like this box, that's what I don't like about it, is it's got too much of that kind of nonsense. It's gone too far across the balance to where it takes me out, because I'm like, I can't even relate to this box. It just looks like someone had a really fun time putting details on it.
It looks like a Mario Kart racetrack.
Right, yeah. And like, it's not to say, like, I don't want to bash artists that do this, because it is a design decision. At the end of the day, it's a design opinion. Like, that's may not be what I like, but I know plenty of people that love this kind of stuff. And so I don't want to bash it too hard when I say this. Just when it comes to what I like, if you look at like the Alien designs, go watch the movie and look at how they design their sets. You're not going to see this. You're going to see everything is very intentional. They've got fire extinguishers where fire extinguishers go. Cross beams are designed like cross beams. Then they add just enough nonsense and future tech that you don't understand to make it believable. Which that's what does it for me every time. Just give me a little bit of nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big facts. No, I hear you, brother, and I think you make a very good point. When you're coming from a design perspective and you see something like this, I can imagine all you see is the amount of wasted time on something that doesn't do anything.
Yeah, this box breaks my heart, because I wish that Twitter would let me write more, because I do have a lot of things I like about it too. Yeah. Like that underneath that little inset underneath the lid, where you see those triangle insets, like when you open it underneath the lid. Yeah. I love the inside of there. That looks sick. And then the general shape of the box, I like the light, some of the stuff on the lid.
What's in the box as well. Yeah, it's functional.
Yeah, I mean, there's cool stuff about it. And if I was the art director, I would have just been it would be as simple as me being like, all right, we're just going to take out some of this detail and leave some just like simple surfaces for people's eyes just to rest in, where they're not having a heart attack because there's so much going on. It's like, let's choose our moments of detail like wisely and specifically. Let's not just over detail the whole thing.
It's like the Jupiter Moon's space program adopted toy suitcases that were designed for 5-year-olds and implemented them into the military. No, I'm joking.
Right.
But that's kind of the principle of what you're getting at. Is that's basically how it comes across. It's not like adults. It doesn't come across like adults designed this for a function. They designed this to look cool, which is not really. It's not the point that you want to put across. Well, maybe not. Some might want to, but that was the point you were making, and I think it was a great point. So you do have an advisory role as a concept artist.
Yeah, it's about, for me, it's about balance. That's what I was trying to get across, and it's hard for people to grasp that, because people are just so attached to this idea of making video games realistic. And frankly, if the games were realistic, one, they would all look exactly the same, and they would be super boring.
Yeah.
You could everything would just look like you were on a construction site, and there would be nothing interesting. So realism, like we've already optimized the way things look already in the real world. So
yeah, I hear you, brother. Variety is the spice of life, but like you said, there's balance. Twisted Sin has a question for you. He says he mentions abuse. So will this game have crazy jumping sections? I remember those being a pain to a point of nauseating.
No, it's not a platformer. In fact, I've gone through great lengths to make it not a platformer.
I love it.
A lot of, like, I even added ledge climbing. It was a huge pain in the ass to build the system for it, but I added ledge climbing specifically just to get even farther away from platforming. Yeah, there's parts where you got to jump through stuff and things, but it's more about just the most important part of the game is about dodging and moving and jumping against your enemies.
Yeah,
it's very much
this
like
isn't Flappy Bird.
Shooter.
This isn't Flappy Bird. This is a bullet hell shooter.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it. Yeah, facts. Just getting through these because I don't want to keep you too long, brother. The indie scene is blowing up in Australia, China, South Korea, Spain, Sweden, all these places. The indie scene really is kind of taking off now, and gamers are waking up. Besides your game, obviously, because you have every reason to be slightly biased, are there any games you have your eyes on, or your eye on?
Yeah, there's a bunch of cool stuff coming out. I would say the one that's been like the forbidden game, let's say, is probably Routine. Do you guys remember that one?
Routine. Oh yes, bro. Now you're talking.
That's what we're talking about.
We saw it at the Game Awards again. Did
they show it?
Yeah, they showed Routine.
No, I missed that.
Trailer. I'm sure. Or am I thinking of the other game? I'm thinking of that Xbox exclusive side-scroller cyberpunk pixel art game, similar to yours, I guess.
That game looks gorgeous too. That game scares the shit out of me.
What's it called? It's a similar name to Routine. And
is it Return? No, it's a different one.
You know what I mean, don't you? You know exactly what I mean.
I know exactly which game you're talking about.
You what?
I just heard someone say
Replaced.
There you go.
I'll tell you what. Bang on sticks. This is Routine. This is not the game that I was thinking of. Sorry. So you're excited for this game, Routine? Yeah,
and because they announced it, I think in 2012, and
Twisted Sin. He says it was announced like 8 years ago. Yeah,
it's been a long. I mean, I think it's 10 years now, right? Because
holy shit.
I want to say it was 2012 because I was still like in the studying phase of becoming a concept artist when I first saw this. And it's like the development for this game has just been wild.
I have seen this. There's those robots, right? Them robots walking around. Yeah. This kind of gives me Observer vibes. A little bit of Observer mixed with, I don't know. It's different. It's definitely got a different vibe to it. Carry on, sorry.
Yeah, and I've talked with the developer of this a few times. His name's Aaron Foster, really cool dude. And I just every once in a while I'll send him a message like every 3 or 4 years and be like, dude, is this still happening?
Bro, this is
terrifying. And so I'm super pumped. I'm so pumped that it's back though. They just announced that it's back officially.
Man, I can't handle the audio of this bad boy. Like, this is honestly like, imagine hearing the clank of his feet walking towards you. It's like if they could capture the terror that John Connor really felt when being chased by Terminator, they've done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 100% what I'm all about. It's like robots should be scary, not this thing that they're in every game. They're more like cats than they are like killing machines. That always drives me nuts. It's like, why is this robot playing with their humans? Like, I don't know if you saw, what was it? The Terminator Salvation? Mm-hmm. Visually, freaking gorgeous.
Stunning game. Stunning film, yeah.
Yeah, but then you watch what the robots are doing. It's almost like they're cats. Like they're playing with the humans, instead of just being efficient machines. And that nothing takes me out of the experience quite like that. But yeah, this game. This is the one. This is the one that I'm always like, oh, can't wait for this.
Yeah.
It's like this one, and there's one other one called Negative Atmosphere. One of my other friends, Calvin Parson, is working on that. Game's pretty cool too. It's very inspired by Dead Space.
Oh, okay. You've got my attention.
Yeah, dude.
And what about you, Retro and Sticks? Any particular games that you're excited about? On the indie scene?
Well, there is one that's just released that I'm actually going to pick up. I forgot that it released there because it's been on Xbox for the last year. It's called Sable.
Oh, yeah. I tried that game and I just couldn't, bro. But I need to try it again.
Well, it reminds me of Journey a little bit, and that kind of excites me because Journey was one of the best indie games I've ever played up until that point.
I struggle with the art direction of that game, bro. I struggle with the colours. It's very roller-drome.
That's what reminds me of Journey. That's the main reason it reminds me of Journey. Just like the colour palette and stuff.
No, the Journey looked different, bro. Like you could see every grain of sand in Journey. It was like...
Yeah, but the colours were very much, you know what I mean? They were muted like they are in Sable.
I hear you. Yeah. Well,
but yeah, I want to give that a check.
I should try that game. You know what? I'll try that game as well. I'll give that game a go. Because I put it down. But that's the problem with Game Pass for me. Game Pass just makes me not bother with games. If it's not absolutely engrossing me, I'm just like, I'll play something that I've bought. I don't know why. It's just the impact that it has on me.
That's been my experience with it too. It's like there's all these games that I'm like, I should try this or this or this, but something about it being free, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, bro.
I don't get around to it.
It is weird. I'm the same. I'm the exact same.
Mm-hmm.
But
I wonder if that's more common.
Games either. It's not like it's only Xbox. It's not a specific thing. Like I get 3 games. They're usually of high quality from PS Plus, and I don't bother with them because I didn't buy them. So I collect them and they sit there. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's just a natural thing. You know, we value the things we fucking buy. That's why we buy them.
Yeah.
That's facts.
Big facts.
I mean, I've had Horizon, the new Horizon game on my PS5 since I got it, and I still haven't played it.
Bro, can I give you some advice, Mike, with that game?
Oh yeah.
Right, do me a favor, and I think you'll appreciate this. Turn the HUD completely off. With a swipe upwards if you just touch the D-pad, the HUD reappears, so you're able to reorientate yourself of where you go. Of where you can go. So it shows the compass and everything, and then it disappears like within 2 seconds. So it allows you to reorientate, right? And also do this, okay? Once all the HUD is off, make enemy damage to Aloy very difficult. So Aloy takes a lot of damage, but also make damage to enemies very high. So you do a lot of damage as well. I swear down, it is the only way to play the game and enjoy it truly, because it makes enemies feel devastating, and it makes Aloy feel like she really is the apex hunter she claims to be. It makes
that's cool, yeah.
It heightens the risk reward system. Turn on easy loot, so you just pick up loot really easily, so it's not all the faffing around that the game's default setting is on. And I swear down, it is a different game. It feels completely different, and it changes the entire experience of the game. It stops it from being feeling generic, and in the sense of I'm just like another kind of Ubisoft formula open world, and it makes the game feel like completely dynamic and immersive. And
that sounds more
the
like
robots. It makes the robots feel more tangible and believable and real. Just for me, anyway. That was my experience when I had the HUD on.
I would say
it just. And when I had damage low, like to Aloy high, but damage to enemies low, it just didn't feel fun to me at all.
That was the thing that turned me off from the original one. I did beat the original, but by the end I was like, this combat isn't doing it for me, and I think what you're talking about is exactly the solution for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. So definitely do that. Shout out to Jez, Grind My Gears, Jez7780. What's good, my brother? Feel free to jump on if you want to join us. There's plenty of empty seats at the table, so you're always welcome, brother. You're more than welcome. You have the link. You know where we are. But yeah, definitely do that, bro. You won't regret it. It'll change the experience and you'll love it. I swear down.
Dude, yeah, I'm glad you told me this. I don't know when I'm going to start it, but when I finally do.
Yeah. Sorry for the cough, guys. I give that advice to everyone who's about to play the game. I'm just like, you need to do this. You need to do this. I swear down, it'll transform the experience and make it feel like a different game. And it really does. It really does. But yeah, Sable, negative atmosphere, and that routine, that looked dope, bro. Routine looks amazing. I'm looking forward to that. So I wanted to ask, many folks in our podcast, in the chat, as you've probably gathered by now, they're OG gamers. We've not got Buck Roger with us tonight. Buck Roger's a regular in the chat as well. Shout out to him. Love that guy. He's a proper kind of old school weathered gamer. And a lot of people in this chat are a lot more cultured than me. They know a lot more games than I do, and they played older systems than the PS1. But a lot of them feel a little disillusioned, Mike, with the current state of AAAs and the AAA publishers. This is kind of where we were before that you wanted to talk about. I get vibes you're in a similar boat at the moment with like the state of AAAs and AAA publishers.
It's been pretty frustrating to see just I would describe it as games seem like they're being watered down. That's what I feel like we're experiencing. And a lot of times I think back to before this all happened. I think this all started around the time of Modern Warfare 2, when stuff started to pick up and investors started seeing opportunities that the game industry wasn't just like toys for children. It became an opportunity to make a lot of money. Mm-hmm. And we're seeing their influence getting stronger and stronger as we see like microtransaction systems come in and like the emphasis on only building games that you see other people having success with. You know, the thought of removing campaigns from stuff, and everything for me points to people making decisions that aren't interested in video games, but more interested in just making money, you know? And that's about where I stand on it.
Yeah, no, 100%. I hear you. How do you think that compares to the indie scene? Do you think where AAAs used to be is where indies are now? And because for me, I'm a little bit torn about this, right? I feel like the creativity and the necessity for innovation is in the indie scene, in the indie space, right? I think a lot of AAAs play it very safe, and they need to reach quotas and targets and pay shareholders and shit like that. I think there are, some PlayStation have been slightly more experimental than they were PS4 generation recently with Returnal and Returnal, and you've got Stray. They're reaching out to third-party developers for timed exclusives to push kind of the indie scene, and that you're seeing quite a lot of indies come out on Game Pass, but again, they're indies. So there's very few AAAs that are kind of pushing this experimental kind of where I feel AAAs used to be in like the I think the PS3 era and the Xbox 360 era was the golden era of balance between graphical fidelity and if you forgive the brown filter on everything, you had graphical fidelity but also gameplay innovation, and everything just kind of has become a little bit stagnant in my opinion in the AAA space.
Well, if you think about it in terms of, I mentioned Modern Warfare 2, that is the 360 PS3 era when that happened, and I'm so convinced that was the moment that it all started to change after that game. That game broke records in making money. Yeah, and so I'm pretty convinced that that's what's happening, and that's what we're watching.
I think
take place. So with indie developers, we don't have those kind of restrictions. We don't have I don't have anybody giving me a phone call saying, "Hey, Mike, don't forget, I need my money back." It's just it's all on me, and I am very aware of how much money I need to build another game, and it's like I don't need a bottomless pit of money. I just need enough to build another game and pay my bills pretty much. Then I'm stoked and I can keep on building games. But these big companies, that's not what they're going through. I mean, they have a lot of infrastructure to pay for too, but also you got these guys at the very top that they want their cut. Mm-hmm. So there's so much incentive for them to find every opportunity to make as much money as possible.
Is there a risk of oversaturation in the indie scene? Because so many games are being made for a market of around 200 million. Is there a risk? Like, look at Recompile. Recompile is a great example. It's a phenomenal game. Say phenomenal. It's a solid indie. It's got great art direction and an intriguing world, but it sold terribly. It sold absolutely terribly, and they couldn't recover. They were devastated. They put so much effort into the game, and it performed terribly. It was multi-plat. It was on PlayStation. It was on Game Pass day one. It was on Steam, and it just flopped. And my question is there a fear or an apprehension in the indie dev community that there's too many indie games to guarantee a reasonable level of assuredness that the game will sell and make a profit? Or
without a doubt. You're getting on Steam alone every single day. You're getting 30 to 40 releases. So when I release my game, I know there's 30 other games coming out at the same time that I have to compete with and try to get the attention. And that's just that one day. That's not including the next day, which adds another 30, and the next day that adds another 30. So you just slowly, you start out buried underneath a lot of indie games, and you only get more buried the longer that your game is floating on Steam. So it's pretty intimidating, to be honest.
I can imagine that's a huge pressure. And how do you deal with that in terms of advertisement and marketing? Like, does that make a service like Game Pass or PS Plus more attractive, or does the cost of sale, does the sacrifice of sales kind of, does it feel like a compromise and a gamble at the same time? What's the dynamic really between having a kind of financial security and how do you tackle that? Do you like reach out for marketing? What does that involve? Sorry if my question seems a little vague.
So in terms of is the question how do I approach marketing?
Yeah, how do you approach how do you give your game the best shot out the door, like in terms of?
Yeah, so there's definitely other game developers that are doing it so much better than me. I would say I'm not doing it very great. I could do it so much better than I'm doing it, but I just my plan is to kind of hit hard when I hit, and then with new content, like I'll release a little trailer and then hope that it'll do good, and then just add to my little pile of people and followers in hopes that when the game does release, there'll be enough people that are already following it to where it can get a really good wave going. Nice. And it'll get to the right people that can talk about it. And if the game's actually good, hopefully it'll get passed around. But there's no guarantee of success. I've seen so many games with even better marketing and even like super high wish list numbers on Steam that bomb also. Or maybe they do really good. The worst case scenario is not the second worst case scenario is you release the game, lots of people buy it, but everyone hates it. That's like the worst case scenario. Second worst. The worst case scenario is you release the game, everyone hates it, and it doesn't sell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can imagine.
I definitely, the struggle for marketing for me has been just having content to do it, because I'm struggling because I don't want to spoil the game at the same time as I need content to show, but all the coolest stuff in the game is the things that I would be spoilers. Mm-hmm. So I'm how do I market the coolest parts of this
I
game?
Kid you not, bro. Just get that one scene of the scrapyard and just blast it across social media. I swear down, that captures so many people's imagination. It's enough to not spoil gameplay and key moments, but the art direction and the world that you've created, it just makes you instantly think of Terminator. Am I right, everyone? Am I right? Retro, Sticks, people in the chat, back me up here.
I mean, I think you're right. So,
sorry, I was on mute. My dogs were making a racket.
Getting jealous. So Retro has dogs that are jealous of it whenever he has a conversation with me. His dogs moan at him all the time.
That was shit.
Answer the question. Eh?
I said, yeah, I agree.
So what I think, so like what I'm working on right now is I'm trying to finish like the first like real trailer that showcases all of what this game actually is. Because yeah, it's cool to see the visuals of this game, but I think there's a lot of people that when they see this, they want to know, well, I see what it looks like and it's gorgeous, but how does it play?
Yeah.
So I'm working on a new trailer right now that's going to showcase a lot, like exactly what the game is, and I think at that point we're going to see exactly what kind of reception the game actually has to offer.
100%. I know. I've heard in my, you know, at some point, I heard that, you know, if you get one key pivotal big moment and isolate it and don't show off other big moments, so you spoil one thing but not everything. And that's exactly. Kind of the way to go to really kind of make people go, oh wow, okay, this game has got legs, it's making a statement. Twisted Sin offers some great advice. He says, if I could give some advice, the best way for the game to live is modding, aka a level editor. Ooh.
Yeah, I would love to do that. Unfortunately, that takes somebody that's way better at coding than I am. Mm-hmm. But I've been watching like Proteus. I mean, it really is like, if I wanted to do that, it would take me another 5 years to build.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I watched Proteus do it. They have a level editor in their game, and I was like, oh my gosh, dude, these guys got it all, man. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I totally know. I know exactly what they're talking about.
Yeah. You never know, John. I tell you what, John Drazy, he's a bit of a whiz when it comes to just running into a field he has no experience in and suddenly creating something insane out of it. Like he created a new tool just through reading a few books, and he created a development tool that they're planning on offering to other devs to make geometry a whole lot simpler and easier. Like their own, basically their own mini nanite, or something like that.
That's rad. Yeah, I haven't talked to him about that.
Yeah,
I've tried his game though.
Me too. Motor Cubs, mate. Honestly, I
really like it.
me too, bro. It gives me MotorStorm nostalgia. But yeah, honestly, like I think Twisted Sin is onto something. There, great shout from Twisted Sin. But either way, you know, we could be saying all of this and your game sells a shit ton and, you know, does really well. Steam is definitely great for these kind of games because the PC demographic, they still live and breathe these kind of experiences. You know, PC Master Race, they buy a 4090 for relatively easy games to render because the kind of the typical games that they have always played is kind of these kind of side scrollers, but they're blowing up on console as well now, and the appeal for them is growing a huge amount. Like it's almost like I feel like the industry is kind of returning to its roots because they're recognizing that the current model just isn't working. Look at EA. How far have they turned around in the last 5 years? Like really, when you look at
that's true.
When you look at the shit they were doing, the biggest crime I think is that they've completely scrapped Anthem, and I think Anthem had potential to be rebooted big time because
I was one decision away from working on Anthem, and I ended up turning it down because I guess one of my buddies was working on it, and I knew his work on it's killer. Like the guy's so good. But I was kind of like looking at the history of EA, and I was like, I don't know if I trust working on a project that's under EA because they seem to just be going for like cash grabs all the time, and it doesn't matter how pretty the game is. It's like if there's too many cooks in the kitchen designing it, if there's too much incentive to just profit instead of just make a fun, exciting game, it's not gonna do well because gamers aren't idiots. You know, they know when the wool's being pulled over their eyes. So I was like, I don't know if this is for me.
Yeah, no, I can. Hey, mate, you know, a wise woman, Gina Carano, once said, "It's important to learn to say no," and I'm pretty sure she's not the first person to say that, but she turned down a role purely because they required her to show her breasts, and she was like, and it was a massive deal, and they were like, "You don't understand how big this movie opportunity is," and she was like, "I'm not doing it." And
that's pretty badass.
Yeah,
that's
like I was just
badass.
like, I tell you what, media shits on her because, you know, of her personal convictions, and, you know, she's not. But to my opinion, that's like the definition of a strong, independent woman. But, you know, it is what it is. It was proper badass, and I think, you know, learning to say no. You turned down EA. That's a big win in my book, because every decision you've made has shaped the path that you've chosen and gotten you to where you're developing your own game. And it's
like the thought of being able to push all of these I guess they're like morals, right? Mm-hmm. They're like morals and values that I have that I want to implement into my own company. It's like the fact that I didn't cave to them in AAA as hard as I could have. Gives me hope that I can stick with it here.
Yeah, 100%. It's easy to get starstruck and kind of not like that journalist recently brought out a huge thread about her experience working at IGN and how the I'm working at IGN pushed her to endure almost a year of no pay and abuse from corporate management, and complete like desperation, because she didn't feel like turning down IGN was ever even an option. She didn't have the courage to say no at the time, and it resulted in her being in a terrible situation. And, you know, hats off to her. She's in a far better position now, and she pushed through it, and she made some wise decisions to get herself to a much better position in the gaming industry than where she is now. But I tell you what, the ruthlessness of the industry can definitely prey on somebody's desire to be part of something big. And for you to say no to EA and Anthem is a huge get, my friend. And hats off to you, mad respect.
You tend to say no to a lot of stuff.
yeah,
but
100%. So regarding I just wanted to ask you, for you to briefly give your thoughts on, do you see AAA gaming returning to its roots, and why do you think that is? And what do you want to see in the AAA gaming space going forward? What do you want to see change?
You know, I think the best way to answer this question is to describe what I wanted it to be like 10 years ago. So 2012, I remember sitting there and playing, what was it, like Battlefield 3? Mm-hmm. Whenever Battlefield 3 was happening. And I remember just playing it, being so, like, amazed with how cool the game is. I'm playing with my brothers and my coworkers, and we're all having this amazing experience and creating all these cool storytelling moments just within our own little adventures that we'd go to work and just talk about afterwards. And I was like, man, if this is what it's like right now, imagine what it's going to be like in 10 years. And it's 10 years now. And a lot of that stuff just hasn't been emphasized at all. Like, in fact, I haven't yet to have gaming experiences quite like that ever since. And so that's what I would like to see from the gaming, like the AAA gaming sphere, is to go back to that, you know, and stop focusing so much on just making money, because the money will come. If a good game exists, the money will be there. But yeah, it's been this total like neglect of just making games like they used to be made.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. It baffles me that Battlefield 3 was a product of 10 years ago, and when you compare it to Battlefield 2042, it's like, how can you struggle to do what you were able to do 10 years ago? Like, what's changed here? It makes no sense to me.
I remember when Battlefield, that was the question I had too, when Battlefield 4 came out, you know, it was a total mess. And
it's become one of the best shooters ever since, but it was an absolute disaster at launch.
I jumped in and played it. I think I I played it a year after launch, so I didn't ever get to experience like all the chaos from the beginning. But yeah, like to drop the ball so hard on that game, and then every game that they've released since, it's like they drop the ball even harder and lower than the one before.
Yeah.
You know, and you're like, what is, yeah, and like you said, like, what is happening? You had it right the first time. Why does it keep on getting progressively worse each time? And so that's something I thought about a lot. And then I started looking up, like, okay, well, who's making these games now? And you come to find out that it's like, yeah, they lost a bunch of their level designers that did Battlefield 3. And you look at the level design of like Battlefield 4's level design is nowhere near, I don't think it's as good as Battlefield 3's is. You know, the best maps on Battlefield 4, I think, are the ones they re-imported from Battlefield 3.
Yeah, 100%.
And so I think that's what it is. I think it's like you've got these dream teams that are able to build these amazing products, and then they move on to the next project. And then they have to bring in new people to have to relearn everything, and so you end up with a different product. And I have a feeling that's what we're seeing.
I agree. It's encouraging to see like things turning around slowly, and I really think this new generation of console holds a lot of promise in terms of technical innovation. Like, visuals have peaked now. Visuals have reached a plateau. We had NXG Michael Thompson on not long ago, NX Gamer, and you know, he said, you know, visuals have reached a plateau, and rather than pushing visuals more and more and more and more, the level of return of investment in terms of from a consumer standpoint is the diminishing returns is huge now. Like, you can the Matrix demo, the moment you see it, there you've seen it, and it's like that shouldn't be the focus anymore. You know, art direction is far more important than graphics, like how realistic it looks and photorealism, and gameplay design is far more important. And I think that people are looking onto this.
I think a lot of designers forget that density can also play a really big role in helping make a place feel and look kind of more realistic and alive. You know, that's what I'm looking forward to the most, is seeing more density in these worlds.
Yeah, that'll be really cool. You know, this is one of the most exciting times to be a game developer, I think, because like I've been seeing this wave off in the distance. Like, you know, like if you've ever gone surfing and you're sitting on your board, you're looking out, and you have to catch a wave, and you see it kind of building up off in the distance, and then you have to be in the right place at the right time to catch it. So I kind of see game development like that, where I've been, you know, like 5 years ago, I was looking out, I was like, I think I see something out there. And what I'm seeing is the technology becoming more accessible to normal people. And there's YouTube tutorials to learn how to do it all. And the Unreal Engine's technology is so cutting edge. Like, I would say between them and like maybe like Decim Engine's also really good, but Unreal Engine is phenomenal, and it's free. You know, so it's leveling the playing field between indies and AAAs, which is super exciting, because I think that's how we're going to get gaming back to where it used to be.
Agreed. 100%. Couldn't have said it better. Facts. Andrew Wilson.
I think it's all I think about, man.
Yeah.
I think about this stuff all day long. It's like
you and me both. I tell you what, bro, if ever you want to wax lyrical on the show and you just want to hang out with us and speak your mind, mate, it would be an honor. And
so basically, if I just have like a wild hair and I got to get off my chest,
I'm like, all right,
just
hit me up, Wooly. I need to rant, bro. Is there a seat on the panel tonight? Absolutely, jump on. It would be without hesitation. I mean, it would be a huge accolade to have you come on again, because it would mean that you enjoyed your experience despite the technical difficulties at the start.
I would love to, man. You guys are fun guys to talk to.
You haven't even met half the panel yet. We've got a game developer, DZ, Sev Davis. He's a fantastic narrative director and narrative designer of a video game he's working on called Ashbourne. And we've got David Faulkner, who's a business analyst and a huge kind of voice in terms of cutting through all the bullshit, and let's look at things from an analytical and factual standpoint to kind of cipher through fake narratives, because you know what Twitter is like. It's 90 95% FUD, 1% a factual accurate source of information, and 4% actual listeners, people who really listen to the accurate information. And the rest is just like 95% of the rest are just people who just spew nonsense and don't really look at the info that they're talking about.
It's a lot of noise. It's a lot of noise that you got to weed through before you can get anything of value.
And then we've got William. He's like 18, Wilhelm, and he's like a mini Herman Hulst. He sounds like him too. He's like super into old school games. He's ridiculously cultured for his age. It knocks me sick. Like, he knows more PS1 and PS2 games than I do, and I'm like 30. It's ridiculous. So we've got a really cool panel that you haven't met yet, and if ever you want to jump on again with us, it would be a huge honour. Just want to say thank you to Twisted Sin for the $2. Thank you, brother. Really appreciate it. Andrew Wilson is what happened to EA. Yeah, facts. Corporate suits changing.
Although I will say the new Need for Speed's pretty good.
Oh, I swear down, bro. Like, whatever has changed, whatever they've
don't know
said
what they've done,
to Andrew.
Yeah,
it seems like maybe Andrew's taking a step back and letting what worked in the past resurface to the fore. EA
I definitely don't.
Much better position.
I definitely don't want to bash AAA too hard, because there is a lot of positive things coming out of it. So that's why I like to describe it as like we're getting a watered down experience is what we're getting, and like that level of how watered down the experience is varies drastically. You know, it's not all like pure water all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't agree more. I wanted to ask, brother, where do you hope to be in 5 years in your career?
Well, the plan is to have a studio fully operational with a team and hopefully be working on 3D games. That's the dream right there.
Juicy.
But I'd happily be an unpaid remote play tester for you, not a problem.
Dude, I would love it, man.
Oh, bro, whatever I can do, let me know. Sign me up to have any input. To have any input in the industry I love is a huge privilege. I mean, I don't have any necessarily any particular skill set that's kind of tailored to the industry, sadly. But I've been told that 90% of any job is blagging it through good communication skills, right. and the 10% is the technical stuff and learning. So if that's the case, then maybe I have got a shot, you know.
The thing is, if you have an opinion on it, that's the first step, which you guys all have. So
if your opinion is rational or well thought through, that's definitely a big second.
Hell, even a crap opinion has value. So you're like, oh, okay, this is interesting. I've actually, they're usually nonsense and completely unuseful, but I do enjoy a good complete nonsensical opinion. I had somebody the other day. They were like, their opinion on my game was, like the backgrounds aren't pixelated. Like, I'm out. That was their opinion. And I was like, huh.
What?
Thank you for that opinion.
That's a very interesting opinion that you have there. I don't have anything I can do with it, but I sure enjoy hearing it.
I love it. That's a very healthy way to read complete craziness and turn it into something positive, bro. You take a pile of shit and you grow a mushroom. I love it.
I'm scared because my whole experience, like with everything, is people are so freaking nice to me all the time. Whenever I post, like whether it's concept art or footage of my game, like I've gotten that's like the meanest thing anybody's said, and it's not even that mean. That's like really tame. So I'm just like, dude, we'll see, like one day, like when the real full force of criticism hits me, how well I actually handle it.
Yeah, 100%,
we'll see.
100%. I love it. I bet you turn into a full blown lose your shit mode. And I'm only kidding.
Hell yeah!
It's the most reserved folk who are, you know. Have you ever seen Me, Myself, and Irene? You're Charlie right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just wait till the Hank comes out. No, but on a serious note, that's an awesome goal to have, brother, and I really hope you reach it. By the way, any rest of the panel who want to talk, go for it. I feel like I'm hogging the mic all the time, and I'm sorry. Don't hesitate to jump in at any point, guys. I don't want to be the killjoy on the show, like ruining it for everyone because I don't shut up.
You had the questions, bro. It's all good.
True. Well, if you've got questions of your own, I'm sure.
Next time you got to create like the illusion of it and be like, all right, these are my questions to ask. These are your questions to ask, and then it'll create this illusion that everyone is talking.
I am so happy that you assume I'm anywhere near that organized.
I love it.
Yeah, I was stoked when you sent me the little brief. I was like, oh, nice, dude. There's a plan.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. We're almost at the end, actually. In fact, we've just 2 more small little questions. Mike, what is your favorite game of all time and why? And I want to ask the whole panel this, actually. But let's start with you, brother. What's your favorite game of all time?
There's 2 ways to answer this question. Are we talking about the game that if you were stuck on a desert island, that you could play for the rest of your life, or the game that you have the fondest memory of?
The game that impacted you the most, that has the fondest memory of.
That's the hardest version of the question.
It is the hardest version, because literally, if you need a game to last you on a desert island for eternity, you'd probably just get something relatively brainless and just repetitive. But people are always playing.
I would go with MGS5.
Oh, my bro. Oh, my days. After my heart right now.
Dude, I've played that game like 3 times through, and I'm I always want to play it again.
Yeah. Have you seen my Metal Gear Solid tattoos?
I have not, dude.
Bro,
that's rad though.
I have 2 of the sickest Metal Gear Solid tattoos you will ever see. I'm the biggest Metal Gear Solid fan in the world. Like, honestly, I love Metal Gear Solid so much it's not even funny.
Dude, it's so good. It's so good, man.
Yeah, here we go. I'll get it up. Pardon me. I don't mean it in that way. Steady on, people. And not it's not appropriate for the podcast. No, but these are my tattoos. I have a Big Boss tattoo from Metal Gear Solid 3. And
dude, yes.
This is on my forearm. And I've got a huge arm sleeve of Grey Fox, Sniper Wolf, and Psycho Mantis, and Metal Gear Rex at the top. I love Metal Gear, man.
People that like Metal Gear go so hard, man. Like, I got a buddy that he's another concept artist, and I met him in LA. And one day he just like, you ever play Metal Gear? And I'm like, not really. I hadn't played any. And he was like, oh, like, do you want to hear a little bit about it? I was like, okay. And then he pulls up on his computer this elaborate document that's like, I'm guessing like 25 pages of things that he's written about it, and just starts going through the talking points of this giant thing he's written about Metal Gear. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, this is it. And I knew right then, I was like, I'm in. Facts. And then I went back and played most of the games after that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Big get, man. Metal Gear Solid 5, big win. What about you, Retro?
But to answer your question, that's the Desert Island game.
Oh, right, okay.
So the actual game that I would say is the most profound on me, it's a really tough question, but I'm going to say Duke Nukem 3D.
Mate, you know what? Wilhelm is going to be kicking himself that he wasn't on the show tonight. Duke Nukem's his favourite franchise of all time. We interviewed the Duke Nukem Forever 2000 restoration project mods. The three major developers behind it. We interviewed them and got exclusive footage and figured out how they were created. It's an incredible show, bro. You should check it out. You'll love it.
That's what real heroes look like, right there.
Yeah, bro. Honestly, they are phenomenal. We were so honored, and it was such a great show. They were fantastic, and yeah, I think you'll really appreciate listening to them. It was such a great, honestly, bro. I can't stress enough how good the restoration project dev interview was.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. I'll have to go back and watch it.
Yeah, Wilhelm hosted it because he's a huge fan, so we felt we should allow Wilhelm to be the host. Good. Yeah, it was kind of
yeah,
cute.
like I was like on board Duke Nukem 3D. I was too young and had no business playing it, but for some reason, my parents, my dad specifically, like allowed it and set up a LAN system and everything so we could play it together. And so that pretty much set it all up. And it's like after that, it was all downhill from there. Just like, yep, I like this.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubblegum. Yes. And I'm all out of gum. It's fantastic.
Oh, dude, yeah. And I remember from like, what was it, 96 is when 3D came out? I can't remember. But anyway, from that time until Duke Nukem Forever came out, I would check on like AOL Online to see any updates. I would do a search like every other day, waiting for like when's the new Duke Nukem game going to come out? And I would sit there and draw like some of my first drawings were of the Adventures of Duke Nukem and Mega Mike, and it was so I was pretty into it.
Yeah. Oh man, that's awesome, bro. Wilhelm, I just feel gutted for Wilhelm flipping. Not being here, man. It's a damn shame. Damn shame. This is why we got to get you back on, bro. We got to get you back on.
I'd be happy to come back.
You better to get your ass back here as soon as you're free. If you ever want to hang out, we're every other Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. UK. If ever you want to hang out with us, bro, there's always a seat with your name on it. It would be an absolute pleasure. Same with John Drazy, man. We set the same invitations extended to him. Like, we just love this show's attempt. The attempt of this show is to literally be a spotlight on those doing the work, and we're trying to show respect and reverence to the industry. But also not in an ass kissing way or blowing smoke up anyone's ass, but just to give the real perspective of what you guys are thinking and what you guys where you guys are coming from on various topics, but also to highlight the work that you guys do. And all that jazz, which in essence we're trying to be a friend of the industry. And
I mean that's why I jumped on, man, because I saw that's what you guys are doing, and I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. Because most people, their only perspective of game development comes from, say, like the Game Awards, which you're not going to see me going up on the stage. Nobody gives a crap about who actually designed the maps that they're playing.
Bro, I don't think you had such a major part in Call of Duty, Black Ops trilogy, and freaking.
Like, I have friends that have done. I have friends that worked on stuff like God of War and things like that, and it's like they should be the ones on stage, not whoever was actually on there. That person just represents all these teams that are actually have all the talent that build these things.
Facts. Preach, bro.
You know. So anytime, like, so when I see what you guys are doing, I'm like, yeah, this is really cool. I think there does need to be more like more of a connection between the people that are actually building the games and the people that are playing the games. Because I see like things like streamers, for example, are gets crazy amount of attention, but the guy who built the thing that's being streamed, like, nobody knows who it is, which is I think is a damn shame.
Yeah,
it's it's like if. I don't know, like you went into the Sistine Chapel and all you saw was the name of whoever paid for the Sistine Chapel, but you didn't see Michelangelo's name. What a travesty I think it is that we don't know who builds the games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I honestly, you couldn't have said it better. I'm just trying to get up some Proteus footage. Here we go. Look at this bad boy. I mean, it's low res because it's on your Twitter account, but people get the gist. I mean, Mike, for crying out loud, brother, you created this. You made this weapon.
I did the weapons.
You did a fundamental part of what makes this game so incredible. And mate, the two guys that run it, those guys, like, I'm pretty clever too, but those guys that actually did it, that built this game, like, those guys deserve some serious props. I bought Prodeus and I haven't played it yet. I meant to play it to get gameplay, recorded gameplay for you for the show tonight, But unfortunately, with being a new dad, I've had a daughter recently. It's just been so manic that to the point where I literally woke up 5 minutes before this show was starting. That's how crazy it's been for me. And I'm gutted I wasn't able to record it. But dude, this game has received so much praise.
Straight, man. You got your priorities straight, and I can appreciate that.
Thank you. But, you know, this game, it's gotten so much praise for its uniquely beautiful art style whilst being a homage to the old school boomer shooters, that it's just kind of got this incredible thing going for it that's so unique. And you helped work on the fundamental art style, like, of one of, if not the best Call of Duty campaign of all time, for me, Infinite Warfare. The campaign of Infinite Warfare is so understated. To this day, it blows my mind how good that campaign is. And it's like, from start to finish, it's just phenomenal. And, you know...
dude, it's Call of Duty Battlestar Galactica.
It is, bro.
It's freaking awesome.
That scene taking off and going into space and then being in the middle of a dogfight straight away and you're just there, all in real time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean...
It's good.
Freaking hell, bro.
It's
That's the thing of dreams right there. That's what blew my mind about seeing Star Citizen for the first time. Well...
It breaks my heart how many people just like write off Infinite Warfare, you know, and it's like, dude, no, you didn't. Yeah, the multiplayer, I played it too, I hated it, but dude, like the creativity that went into the campaign was incredible. I think the guy that designed it, he's another concept artist. I believe his name is Mike Nash. He passed away recently. I think it was him that built it. A lot of the aesthetics for that game, but man, like he just nailed it.
Bro,
so good, like perfect balance.
This gameplay, I'm just gonna let people see this gameplay as we're talking. I uploaded this gameplay with "This is ridiculous," because I was just so shocked at how freaking incredible Call of Duty Infinite Warfare is. But just watch this, guys, as we're listening to Mike. Like, it's just, this shit really happened. It's just nuts to me.
Like, how could anybody bash this? This is like the freaking coolest thing in the world right here.
Facts, my bro.
Like. It's like, yeah.
Twisted Sin says they should have made it. They should have made Infinite Warfare its own IP. Twisted Sin, you've been spitting clever things in the comments tonight, fam. We need to get you on the show. You couldn't be more correct. Like, they should make it its own IP. Infinite Warfare, it was reaching for the stars, both literally and metaphorically. Like it.
I mean, dude, who couldn't see this and be like, I want more, not say they want more of this.
People took, but to be honest, bro, around the time this launched, it was a similar time to, say, The Order 1886 and other games. People were after the Assassin's Creed Origins and the open world generic kind of Ubisoft formula games and the battle royales. People were completely overlooking the quality that was on offer at the time, and so there are so many games from this era, from this period of time, that are retrospectively praised through the roof with titles on YouTube such as "I can't believe this really is a game," or "I can't believe this really happened," or "This game is so criminally underrated," or "This is the best game you've never played," you know, like shit like that. And the retrospective justice these games get is so like high, but but the way that these games are performed is such an injustice to the game, because at the time I think consumers were a little confused by what they really wanted, because it's something and now they kind of wish they had more of this again, you know.
Yeah, well, if you think, I'm recalling the events that took place before this, and it was, you had Advanced Warfare, sci-fi Call of Duty game, and then Black Ops 3 came out, another sci-fi game, and then this. So by that time, you had 3 Call of Duty games that were all science fiction, and by then I remember everyone was complaining that they wanted to go back to World War II or go back to modern times, you know. So I think it was dumb of them to just dish out like sci-fi after sci-fi instead of.
Excuse me. Sorry for my cough.
If they would have spread it out and be like, okay, we're going to do a sci-fi game, a World War II game, and then a modern game, and have like a 3-year cycle. this game, by the time it came out, might have actually been super welcomed by people, because it wouldn't have been so diluted by the other sci-fi Call of Duties.
Bro, couldn't agree more. Like, yeah, Advanced Warfare and Titanfall were all competing with Infinite Warfare, and it's like there was just this ridiculous saturation. And there's a level of perspective that people sometimes you got to take a step back and really think about things properly. It's like people were losing their shit over why Sony didn't release Miles Morales separate from the Spider-Man remaster, why Spider-Man remaster was tied to the Ultimate Edition of Spider-Man Morales, and they were kind of really angry, saying how evil it is that they were being forced to pay an additional £20 on top of Miles Morales to get Spider-Man remastered, and they couldn't buy it separate from the game. But I'm thinking to myself, really look at this from a company perspective. If they gave you Spider-Man remastered for £20 and released next to it Spider-Man Morales for £50 on the same day in the same shop, both available for separate purchase, which game would sell?
Right, because the other one would just not even leave the shelf.
I'll wait for Miles Morales to go on sale. It'll be a Titanfall 2 and Battlefield 1 situation all over again, where the newer game, the arguably the better game, although Battlefield 1 again retrospectively praised now when it was shot on at the time. Titanfall 2 was one of the best campaigns ever made. 100%. It's if not my favorite first-person shooter campaign of all time. It beat Killzone 2 for me, hands down. Wiped the floor with it.
Ooh, that's those are big words.
Honestly, bro, Titanfall 2 is undeniable. Really, you know that scene from the film Wanted, that final gunfight scene where James McAvoy is running through the meat house with like just completely spreading bullets left, right, and center in slow motion. It made you feel like that. It made you feel like you were James McAvoy in that scene. It was phenomenal. And Titanfall 2 flopped terribly, didn't perform, and because it released at the same time as a direct competitor from the same publisher. What were they thinking? Oh my days! I
would guess that they were trying to. I don't know if you've heard what they did with the Prey franchise, but they pretty much tanked you remember the original Prey game, Prey 2, the original Prey 2?
Yeah.
Where it was like an open world sci-fi on an alien planet thing?
Yeah.
Well, I guess they got bought out by, was it a publisher? I can't remember. They get bought out, and then that publisher tanked their resources until they were able to, I think I'm remembering everything wrong, but basically they tanked them to buy them out. And then they bought the studio. And I kind of wonder if something similar happened with Respawn. I have no idea, but it's something I think about sometimes.
Big facts, yeah. No, I hear you, brother. Anybody else have a thought to share on that before we move on to the Game Awards? Sticks or
covered. Pretty sure that's everything covered, like.
Yeah. Well, Mike, last but by no means least, my brother, what platforms is Arcsync releasing on, and when can we expect it?
We're going to start with PC release, and soon after, we're going to go to the Switch. Then Xbox.
That game will do well on Switch. Soon. Oh,
dude, it was like built for the Switch.
It was made for the Switch. Flipping heck.
Yeah, I'm sad it's not coming to the Switch first, but I'm so new to this. It's better off coming to PC first, because PC is more flexible. But luckily, whoever plays the Switch version, by then all of the kinks will be ironed out from the PC players, and they'll be getting like a really good version of the game. Hopefully it won't have too many bugs or anything crazy happening. Hopefully it's solid. And then I'm aiming to have it finished spring of next year.
Fantastic. That's music to my ears, bro. Music to my ears. Well, I think we can all say it's looking phenomenal. I'm excited to jump on it on Steam. I don't have a Switch, sadly. If I did, I'd be getting it on Switch day one, 100%. But it's been an absolute honour finding out more about the role of concept artist and the far more deeper role that I don't think anybody's considered. Like, I certainly haven't. That being a concept artist entails. It's not pre-development here's a few pictures to inspire you. It's not that shit. It's completely, it's a whole different ball game. And it's just been an honor to have you on, brother. And we really hope we have you on again. I would like to apologize profusely again for the first half an hour of the show. I was panicking. I woke up last minute. Grandparents have the baby, and we crashed. Me and the wife crashed, and I'd set my alarms but just didn't wake up, and we were just exhausted. So I was in a panic. I couldn't get my words out. I didn't have anything ready. And on top of that, the internet...
You salvaged it big time.
Thank you, bro. The internet died, so I had to reset the router. It was all going wrong, guys. It was all going wrong. It was a disaster. It was probably the biggest disaster we've ever had on the Worldwide Company of Gamers podcast. But you know what? We pulled it together, and we've had a killer interview. It's been phenomenal.
If you're gonna have something like that happen, I'm the best guy to have it happen with. So
I really appreciate that, brother. Honestly, it means a lot. Listen, Mike, you can stick around if you choose. We're gonna have a little discussion on the Game Awards. Would love you to stick with us, but I appreciate we have kept you for so long. And if you want to jump off before we get into the Game Awards, and you want to cue your outro, we can do, absolutely. It's entirely up to you. We won't be on much longer. We try to keep the show 3 hours maximum, and we've already hit 2 hours and 40 minutes. So
yeah, man, it's gone by fast though. But yeah, I probably should bail because it is getting late over here where I live.
Fantastic. Quick one then. Quick rapid fire question. What's your favorite reveal of the Game Awards?
Hold on. Let me think. It's between Death Stranding and what was the other one? Oh my God, what was the other cool game that they announced? No, I can't remember already. Oh, Jesus. Armored Core.
Armored Core.
Absolutely. Armored Core and Death Stranding. Yeah.
So
I was like a little kid again.
I don't think the rest of the panel revealed their favourite games of all time, actually, and I feel kind of bad, but we can talk about that after you've jumped off. If you want, but yeah, for me it was definitely Death Stranding, 100%. What about you, Retro and Sticks?
Believe it or not, it was actually Horizon's DLC.
No way. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Bro. Bloody hell.
Bro,
to be honest,
do you know what excited me the most?
PS5
do you know what excited me the most? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'm done with the PS4, man. I don't care about the PS4 no more. I want PS5 games.
Yeah. Big facts. And what about you, Sticks, bro?
It was, I don't know, Hades 2 really got me out of my seat. I've been clamoring for them to do something in the Hades universe, because it just seems like the possibilities for DLC with Death and all these other characters was endless. So I've been waiting for something from that. So when I saw Hades 2, I was pretty hyped. Just like literally my emotional reaction, I wasn't really expecting a Hades 2. Mm-hmm. So that was it. Otherwise, probably the weeb in me. I really liked Blue Protocol, that Bandai Namco and Amazon game.
Nice.
I don't know what that's about. I'm not sure if it's an MMO or whatever, but I love the art style and the whole pop of it. And then that Bayonetta prequel that's coming out, because I'm a Bayonetta stan. So really hyped for that, and I love anything Platinum does. So
we finally have a Nintendroid on the panel, guys.
Yeah, so when the game gets ported over to Switch, you let me know. We'll review it on Nintendo for sure.
Fantastic. Sticks will be getting your game, Arcsync, without a doubt. You call it 3 of June. I just wanted to ask you quickly about that, Mike. 3 of June is it Arcsync or 3 of June?
It's Arcsync. So it was originally called 3 of June, but I ended up with, just in terms of being able to research my own game and the kind of like impact it was having, I couldn't research it or Google it because it would just show stuff that would take place on the 3rd of June, which just so happens to be like E3 time. So I couldn't even like research my own game to see what kind of coverage I was getting.
Search engine optimization, bro.
Fact, so there was that, and that was the biggest reason.
Yeah, big facts. Well, I respect your hustle, brother. Mike, definitely join us again. For those who want to follow Mike,
I'd love it.
You can follow him at Mike Garn Design on Twitter. Also, his channel is the same, Mike Gunn Design, but he's wanting to transfer people over to DICOM Software, which is his new channel. And DICOM Software is I've subscribed. Make sure you guys subscribe too to keep up to date with Arcsync. And just summarizing this up, guys. Here's a Call of Duty developer, a concept artist, worked on one of the best first person shooters in the Call of Duty franchise, as well as Black Ops series as well. And as an concept artist, as well as Proteus, which is had so much praise for its art direction and art style, and here he is making his own game, and it's just been awesome to hear about and learn the level of depth to the role of concept artist, how far more is involved, an advisory role as well as a constant continuous input in the development cycle of the game throughout its development. It's not a pre-development, here's a few pictures, hope it inspires you job. It's so much more in depth than that, and it's almost like the stage before the creative director, the art director. It's like that's how it appears to me. It's like your role basically involves a lot of the decisions that would be made as a chief art director in a video games development. So I just want to say thank you for the learning experience. Thank you for educating me. And I hope that the chat and the panel have enjoyed having you on as much as I have. I think we've all learned a lot.
It's been awesome. Thank you so much for giving us a chance and coming to chat with us.
I appreciate you guys bringing me on. When you guys reached out to me, I was like, all right, this is cool. Like, I like what these guys are doing. Like, I think you guys are doing something special here.
Well, it really, flipping that, bro, it really means a lot. Sometimes we get really nice praise from people like who drop in comments going, Worldwide Company of Gamers podcast are really doing something unique and really great show, trying to keep things factual and concise, and it never gets old, brother. Like I feel woefully unqualified and underqualified to be doing this, but to hear that kind of feedback coming from someone of the likes of you means a huge amount. So thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate you, and look forward to having you on again.
All right, man. Sounds awesome.
Take care, brother. All the best.
Likewise. All right. Good meeting everybody.
Yeah, you
Great
too.
chatting.
You too.
Good meeting you, man. Take care.
All right. Take care.
Wow. Guys, what a freaking awesome show. That honestly, I can't get over it.
Dude.
I can't get over it. That I really hope he enjoyed himself. Do you think he did?
Yeah. I think he had a good time. I hope so. Because I'd like him to come on again. He's got some really interesting takes, and
I think he'll be coming on again. I think he'll be eager to come on again. I think he's got a lot that he wants to say, and I think we've got a fan. We've got a fan for life. I'm excited. He said some really nice things in the DMs to me about the show, and it honestly, like, it really means a lot.
That's good, man. I'm glad it's resonating, because that's that's the people we want to speak to as well. We enjoy everybody's like views and stuff, but to be able to get actual facts from actual developers, I think is a really, really good thing. And it's given us information we never had access to growing up. We didn't get this kind of access, when we were like playing our favorite games and stuff. We just didn't know any of this, or the people behind it, or what it actually took. So I mean, I'm learning every time we have somebody new on. It's great.
Yeah, I agree, hands down. 100%. Guys, here's the link to DICOM Software. Do us a favor, everyone, hit that link and hit the subscribe button. Let's get him to 100 subscribers. All right, let's get DICOM Software to 100 subscribers. Let him hit the big 100, and we'll see it. We'll see it happen live. It'll be great. It'll be great to see. 91 already. Flipping heck. Let's make it happen, guys. Let's get him to 100. And nice one, Twisted Tin. He already did. Mr. Ray Rock, I just subbed. Beautiful. And you know, it's special. You know, I never knew how much depth a concept artist's role has in game development. It's crazy.
Yeah, literally learned something new tonight. You know what I mean? Like, literally.
I'll never look at a concept artist the same way again.
It's kind of funny as well, is because you've had those people saying that, you know, the concept artists and artists themselves aren't developers, and then you've had the artists come out and say, but we are. And, you know, and now we know kind of why they're saying that as well. It's not just drawing that we do, you know what I mean? Now we know what they do.
Yeah.
So it's informative, man. It's really good.
I will never, ever, ever look at a concept artist the same way again. Never. I my appreciation for them has grown so much. Like, looking at Ashfall's concept artist, you know, we've been keeping tracks with Ashfall because we had Michael Mumbauer on, and it's changed my perspective of that now. And it's like, well, hang on, the Ashfall concept artist is creating these art concepts to present to the game designer based on what the game designer is given in terms of feedback, but at the same time there has to be utility there, and functionality in the things shown to provide kind of cues on gameplay elements, and then they take on an advisory role within the game development on how to stay true to the concept whilst at the same time enabling like the game developer's vision of game design and gameplay and all that shit going around it. And it's just awesome to kind of come to realize that you know, concept artists are very understated. They're overlooked and for what they actually do. There's a lot more to the role than, like I said, just drawing a few pictures, handing it to the designer and going, you know, hope this inspires you. It's that is not the case. So
definitely not. Hey, Compost Smurf, he has a question. He says, did I miss the only on Game Pass section? No, it's literally some third party shit. There you go. Only on Game Pass.
Yeah, there's no
some third party things.
Facts. we are not the Game Pass, the worldwide company of Game Pass.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell you what's on PS Plus or anything like that.
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you.
Honestly, yeah. It's like people preaching, let this mass IP consolidation happen, guys, because think of the poor families. Think of the poor families who are too poor to buy games full price day one.
How will Microsoft eat if they don't get Activision? How will they eat?
I'm literally
how will Activision survive without Microsoft? How?
I'm like, motherfucker, do you not know that Warzone is free to play? And on top of all of that, like, Game Pass, for Game Pass, there's also PS Plus, which offers hundreds of games for a low subscription price. You don't need mass IP consolidation to give people who are on a budget, who only use subscription services, quality games. And Call of Duty Warzone is free to play. That's not even behind a subscription service. You don't even have to pay to play that game. So kind of take your narrative and shove it up your ass and walk out the door, my friend. You know, it's like, it's just ridiculous, the FUD I'm seeing on Twitter at the moment. Wanted to kind of briefly touch on that, actually, whilst we're here, guys. Like, let's just...
There's also another wee point I've seen brought up a few times, and like, to me, it just doesn't make sense. What was the excuse the other day? That Microsoft didn't show anything at the Game Awards because they're laying low for the FTC. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you think the FTC don't know that they are $1 trillion company? Do you not think they have insight into their amount of studios and what they're working on?
Do you not think they know that they have 23 studios?
Bitchin' hell, they have their financial records. Like, literally any information they need, they can just get. They have all the authority to look over all that shit. So it does not make sense that they would need to lay low, because the FTC would already know what they have in the pipeline.
Yeah.
So that excuse being used for why they didn't show anything is bullshit. It's just another excuse. We have to wait. Here's an excuse again for I don't know how many years on the bounce now.
So
I'm sorry.
yeah.
It gets to me sometimes, man, because it's not good enough, man. I was one of the fans calling them out when they started supporting Connect and forgetting about the people that were buying their games and shit. You know what I mean? I called them out till it was blue in the face and I was labelled a pony and all the rest of it, and not, an Xbox fan that expected better. And to this day, I'm still seeing people make the same excuses that were making back in the Connect days. It's not good enough. If it's your favourite platform, complain to them and demand better.
Big facts.
You're not a fan if you're just going to roll over every time they treat you like shit or don't provide you with what you're paying them for. You bought their console to play state-of-the-art games, and they're not doing that for you. Instead of making excuses, go to Phil, go to his Twitter. Instead of praising him and kissing his ass, say, this hasn't been good enough. I have supported you over how many previous generations now? I would like some support back, please.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous, sorry. It winds me up, man. It winds me up. Because as a former Xbox fan, they had such a good thing with the early and mid 360. I mean, they started off well with the Xbox One, the original Xbox One. It wasn't too bad. It didn't set the world alight or anything, but it was a decent console with decent games. They really hammered that home with the 360 early on, and then for some reason they just shit the bed, and they've just continued to shit the bed ever since.
Yeah.
And all you get is excuses. It's just not good enough. Sorry. That's my rant over.
Bro, you couldn't be speaking more facts. There's this new narrative going around that Paul Tassi and Ryan McCaffrey and shitloads of other...
They're supposed to be journalists.
Exactly.
They're supposed to have no bias. They're supposed to be unbiased.
If they're not journalists, bro, they're outlets. They're professional outlets and representatives of outlets.
Rags, man.
They're just literally regurgitating other people's bullshit, lies, and false information, making articles about it as if, like, oh, this randomer on Twitter has suggested that the FTC are lying. Oh, let's make an article about it. So the FTC are lying, are they? And it's like... What the hell?
Quick that got taken on as fact with no source. It was behind a paywall and nobody had a proper copy of it. Then all I had to do was look at the EU's public papers that one of our panel members provided me to show that they did in fact. It wasn't the fact that the EU asked Microsoft. Microsoft made those assurances to the EU. Like, it's there in black and white and people are still trying to argue it. I'm like, but it's right there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
100%. And they're also conflating. So we got to break this narrative down, guys, into several points, because like there's layers to this, right? For example, first of all, there's a narrative that the FTC are dumb because basically the EU regulators would have claimed that they would have allowed they would have allowed ZeniMax to be acquired even if Microsoft had admitted that they were consolidating ZeniMax IPs to being exclusive Xbox platform exclusives, right, and console exclusives. That's not an issue, right? It's not an issue. The issue that ZeniMax were purchased isn't an issue. ZeniMax being purchased isn't a problem. Right, Microsoft were allowed to do that. If they had said to the commission, yes, we intend to have full exclusivity of ZeniMax IP for competition purposes, they would have still passed the deal, no doubt, because ZeniMax isn't big enough of a publisher.
Oh no, they definitely would have. It was in the paperwork. I read it with my own two eyeballs. Yeah, they said even if they were, that the market share isn't big enough to cause a shift.
Facts, exactly. So they would have passed the deal, right? And so that isn't the issue here. The issue is Microsoft lied to the commission, suggesting that they didn't have the intention to make those games exclusive. And you can
the incentive.
And the argument that I'm seeing journalists and freaking stupid as stupid as a freaking dog's knob, like these people, even outlets, right, are suggesting that Microsoft didn't explicitly talk about future releases. Motherfucker, unless they specifically were explicitly identifying ZeniMax games as ones already released, which they weren't, then ZeniMax games is all encompassing, right? That's a fact. And let's not forget that the moment that this deal was passed, Phil Spencer said, if you're an Xbox customer, the things I want you to know is this is about delivering great exclusive games, right? The reason for the purchase, exactly. The reason why the merger happened, the incentive for it, the incentive for the ZeniMax purchase was exclusives. That's what they said after the deal went through. Yet they claimed to the commission that there is no incentive, no reasonable incentive for X, Y, and Z reasons. I'd need to let me full screen this. There is not enough incentive to make ZeniMax games. In general, it wasn't previous ZeniMax games, previously released ZeniMax games. No. ZeniMax games, there would be no incentive for them to be made exclusive because the reasons are as follows. You know, the loss of profit from third party, the fact that it wouldn't sway enough of a demographic to justify the loss of profit, and they went through a list of reasons why it would make no sense to make ZeniMax games exclusive. All the while, the whole reason for the merger that they admitted after the deal was closed, the same month, March 2021, that the deal was closed. The incentive was, the entire reason for the purchase was for exclusive games. So you might want, these bots and Xbox fanboys and, these corporate shill journalists and flipping outlet representatives might try and rest their entire argument on a semantic about what they didn't say. But that's like that's like the cheap trickery wordplay bullshit that villains use in cartoons. Oh, I said I'd let her go. I didn't specify where. That was in Pirates of the Caribbean. You said you'd let her go. Yeah, I'm letting her go in the bottom of the ocean. Deal with it. That semantic and playing on words is what you're defending right now as a plausible argument. Fuck out of here. Don't give me that shit. Don't tell me that is a plausible argument to justify this, regardless of whether it's illegal or not, which it's probably not because they didn't write anything down as an official commitment to paper that they would not make ZeniMax games exclusive. They just suggested their intent. They were still dishonest about their intent. That's a fact, right?
Which is the point.
Exactly. That's the entire freaking point the FTC are making, that they were dishonest about their intent. So they've not lied, they've not misread the EU Commission papers, guys. They've not done any of what Paul Tassi and these big names who should know better are suggesting. Even Hoeg's Law, the biggest Xbox shill going, has pointed that out. That this isn't actually accurate, and the FTC are spot on that Microsoft were manipulative in their use of words to suggest one thing, but the entire time their intention was contrary to what they suggested. They betrayed their words. They didn't betray any legal document. They didn't betray a contract. They didn't betray a concession that was signed and agreed upon. No, but they betrayed their word. And that is the entire freaking point that the FTC are making. They cannot be trusted because what they say to regulators is a load of bullshit to get a deal passed. And Activision isn't ZeniMax. It's way too big to be given the benefit of the doubt that ZeniMax was given. Way too big. We're talking about Call of Duty here, and an IP that makes more than the entire.
Quicker than the films do nowadays. Yeah. It made $1 billion quicker than the films. It's ridiculous.
Facts. You know, James Cameron is hoping it needs Avatar 2 to break 2 billion, the highest grossing movie it would ever be of all time, for it to even break even, right? No movie has ever reached anywhere near that amount, right? Call of Duty makes on average 3 billion a year. That's more than Bungie's entire net worth each year on sales and microtransactions alone. Like, that's a single game. It makes the entire net worth of Bungie, Destiny's publisher, studio, self-published studio, the entire studio, as well as the IP on top, its entire net value. It makes more than that a year, a single game. They spent, let's put this into perspective, you know the tunnel that connects Scandinavia to Germany that they're building right now? It's like 1,500 miles long or something ridiculous. That costs less than 5 billion to build. Or is it 7 billion? So they could build over 10 to 12 of those tunnels, and that equates to the value that Microsoft are burning to get this IP, these vast IPs. You know, that the scale that we're talking is ridiculous. So all of these narratives that suggest that the FTC are lying, they're lying about the FTC. And it was clear as freaking day what they said, that Microsoft cannot be trusted because they go back on their word. They didn't say they broke the law. They didn't say they betrayed any written contract. Their intent was different to what they suggested their intent was, and they were given leniency. They weren't told to sign anything to commit. They were given the benefit of the doubt. Well, not this time. And that's literally all it comes down to. So just wanted to clear that up as the narrative going around Twitter was.
And for all those ones saying shit like the regulators have no power, well, the UK regulator sued Facebook and made them sell Giphy, so yeah.
Yeah, facts. Exactly. CMA have gone against the trend of the FTC a number of times. CMA are, you know, the less kind of subject to the whims of the government, so to speak. They kind of stamp the foot down, and what they say goes, and it can't be undone, can't be changed. It's done, right? It's not a take this to court jobby. If the CMA have a problem with this, it'll be a huge stipulation and restriction of the deal that might make the whole thing not seem worth it, because one of the biggest demographics of Xbox fans is in the UK. It's like the second largest market for Xbox. So,
and you know the thing is, Activision are laughing either way, because even if it doesn't go through, they're getting 3 billion off Microsoft for a failed acquisition. Mm-hmm. That's half of their yearly revenue almost.
Mm-hmm. Big facts. Bender of Strings puts, you know what makes me salty about the ADK acquisition? It's not COD, it's the fact that MS will own Crash Bandicoot. That pisses me off. And see that as a PlayStation IP. Yeah, I agree. By the way,
although it was very silly and Naughty Dog to sell it, but I guess they had no choice at the time.
Yeah, it was silly. It's a big shame. Damn shame. Sticks, if you have anything to say, brother, just come in at any time like Retro. You know, don't feel like you have to keep your mic muted or anything. don't want you feeling like that. But so yeah, I hope that clears up the whole CMA thing. I don't know if anyone has anything else to add. Not the CMA, the FTC thing going round. Nope.
It's all the same, because they all reach the same conclusion. All phase 2. So don't be surprised if you see that the European arm and the UK arm also file similar lawsuits.
Yeah, big facts.
It wouldn't surprise me. But like, I have went from truly believing this was going through no problems at all to like seriously thinking that it might not now. You know what I mean? That's how much it's changed since I've been reading into it and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And seeing the back and forth and the responses and the statements, like it really did go from a thought of a sure thing to this is wobbly. Like,
yeah, couldn't be more. Yeah. Honestly, we have no idea what's going to happen here. If the stipulations enforced, then I really hope those stipulations are what's needed to prevent the sway of the mass market. Because Styx made a fantastic point the other week. Consumer behavior is at risk here because
basically you're being shoehorned and forced into an ecosystem you didn't technically choose.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Shifting the way that you consume games, changing the way that you buy them. You don't buy them anymore, you rent them. And if so many people do that, then say goodbye to game selling. Activision and Microsoft are trying to do just that. They're trying to shift the mass market's attitude towards buying games, where everybody thinks like an Xbox fanboy thinks right now, and that is not what the industry needs. And that would create a monopoly, because all those IP are locked to only one service and no other service can have them. That is literally the definition of a monopoly. And people trying to damage control and claim that it isn't, I cannot understand, like, what the hell are they putting in their cereal in the morning, fam? Like, what are they drinking? It's like, what are they putting in the water? It's ridiculous.
They basically want to buy numbers. That's basically what they're doing. They're buying numbers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Instead of creating it and nurturing it and growing it, they're like, just give me that. Give me you.
Yeah.
Like Steve Jobs put it best all them years ago when he still had hair and stuff. He put it best. They have no taste, no originality. They just see and copy and consume. Mm-hmm. They don't create. They don't grow. They don't flourish anything of their own. It's all, oh, I like that, I'm going to buy it. Oh, I like that, I'm going to buy it. That is Microsoft to a T. And unfortunately, Xbox, they seem to be treating the Xbox the exact same way.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
They suck and they swallow.
They do indeed. They do indeed.
They suck and they swallow, guys. Not
look,
in a good
see,
way.
as long as I'm still getting shit like this that you're showing right now. See, as long as I'm still getting
talk about this. Oh my god.
My money's not going to go anywhere else. That shit looks like an animated film and it's running in engine.
Look at this. Oh my god.
That shit. Like, tell me that doesn't look like something out of a sci-fi movie right now.
Oh,
like, if you've seen that in Guardians of the Galaxy or some shit, you would not be saying that looks shit. You know what I mean? You'd be like,
I was sobbing, bro. I was sobbing like a baby. I was sobbing.
Just look at that shit, man.
Bro, you know what did it for me is her face when she's on the bike running away, and the desperation in her eyes as she's cradling. I see her baby's like arms looking up at her, and she's trying to protect him. Protect Lou, and like the look in her eyes as she's trying to.
Yeah, it's not confirmed that Lou's a girl, you know.
It's Louise.
Ah, but it's not confirmed it's a girl. You have a look. It's not confirmed. He just calls it. He calls the baby Louise after his dead daughter, obviously. But it's never actually stated that Lou is a little girl.
No, I think Louise is a girl, bro. I think Louise is a girl.
Yeah, you look it up. You'll see I'm right.
Really?
Yeah.
Why would he call a boy Louise?
No idea. No idea.
You
maybe
crazy bastard. You trolling.
Maybe the French. I'm not, man. Look it up.
You're crazy.
I promise you, man.
Okay, we'll put this one under the tinfoil hat. The tinfoil hat section. But mind you, I did have a crazy theory as well. So I'm not. I've
seen it. I kind of half agree with it, man. It's. You know what? This is the thing I love about Kojima. We just don't know what the fuck is going on in his head. You know what I mean? We'll make sense of shit.
Bro.
It'll have absolutely nothing to do with anything. You know what I mean? Like, it'll... Yeah, I love it. I love the rabbit hole he sends us down every time.
This is going to blow everybody's mind. Look at this. Right? He really had it all planned out, just like he said. This scene here was inspired by this Metal Gear Solid 2 special box art in Japan, and in 2015 he was using this as source material for inspiration for his game. So he literally had this scene figured out in 2015. Death Stranding 2, not just the first game. He didn't just think on the spot, okay, I need to make a sequel now. How am I going to do this? He had the sequel thought out. I'm blown away by Kojima, man. I just love that guy so much. I can't even tell you, bro. Like, I want his babies. I love him. I love him to bits. He's just phenomenal.
Yeah, his brain's different, man.
His brain is different. And this was in 2015, May the 8th. He posted this. Let me get Twitter properly. I'm sorry.
Back, Sergeant. That Kojima lore, man.
Bro, Kojima lore is like nothing else in the world. But this trailer, man, it was just too much, bro. Like, it was.
I enjoyed it, man, so much. I was just like, oh my days.
Big facts.
No, what, bro, Ghost, bro, what are you doing?
What?
Look,
Ghost.
Jesus, Ghost. Thank you so much, but you lot are bad.
What? You haven't? Oh, bro. Fuck's sake. Are you serious? Oh, Ghost, man.
The kindness you lot show this show is unbelievable. Like,
first, mate, I can't. I have no words.
Speechless.
Yeah, I have no words. First Ron, and now you, bro. Like, what is going on? I'm so grateful, Ghost. Thank you. We need to get you on. Seriously,
yeah.
You were fire 100%. You were fire on the podcast a while back, and you know you have such great points, and you have such a great mind. So let's get you on the show soon. Let's make it happen. And you've really helped a brother out there, bro. So you have no idea. Thank you. Fucking hell. Sorry. I'm just dealing with emotion. I'm emotional. That's crazy. Thank you so much. So guys, let's talk about the Game Awards. We've got 20 minutes to burn. Let's do it. It's going to be a longer show tonight, but fuck it. Let's celebrate. I'm not ending the show on that. We gotta talk. And the Game Awards, I have so much to say, bro. I have so much to say. It's not even funny about Death Stranding 2. Can we talk about this for a minute?
We need to, man.
Retro, tell me. People were spamming me on Twitter.
What the fuck?
No, stop. No, Ghost.
Stop,
what's
man.
going on, man? What's going on? Are you Mr. Beast for real? What the hell? What the hell is going on? Ghost, stop. You can't keep doing this, bro. you can't keep doing this for real. Thank you so much. Fuck's sake, fuck me. What is going on? Thank you. Ghost, alright, stop it now. You're making me feel uncomfortable. I don't know how to deal with this.
I think people might like the show. I don't know. I'm getting that feeling tonight, man.
Maybe. Hey, we had a phenomenal show, Ghost. If you're late to the party, brother, definitely rewatch. We had some technical difficulties at the start, and I'll tell you why. I overslept because the baby's with her grandparents, and me and the wife, we were exhausted, so we crashed, and I overslept my alarms, and it was 5 to 9, and the show started at 9. So I was just trying to get everything ready, and was panicking, and then the freaking internet was playing up, so I had to reset the router. So everybody was waiting live for 5 minutes. It was just crazy, but we ended up having such a killer show, man, and it'll be great for you to listen to and tune in. But yeah, honestly, Ghost and Ron, thank you so much to both of you for your kindness, and Twisted Sin as well for his super chat. But Ghost, man, freaking hell, brother, means a lot. Thank you. Yeah, Death Stranding 2, guys. Like, were you expecting it, Retro? Sticks?
I knew it was being worked on. I mean, it was obvious it was being worked on. I did not expect such a track. I didn't expect to see this. I thought maybe like a splash screen or, a shot of Redis's face or something like that. I didn't expect a full-on like story trailer. Love it.
Yeah, me too, bro. The music gets.
I have absolutely no idea what's going on, but that's part of the Kojima game, isn't it?
Yep, sure is. We had sorry guys, it's chest of mine. We had Buck Roger say the other week, Wooly, being a dad changes you, and when you play a game involving any resemblance to a daughter or to your child, it hits you so much harder and so much different. Now, Death Stranding 1 left me in a flood of tears. I've got a video on Twitter that shows like how I acted to Death Stranding. I was crying my heart out on Twitter to the final mission, and I was inconsolable. And this left me the same way. Like, this trailer, seeing Fragile fighting to protect Baby Lou, like in that what happens where she's falls off a bike and Baby Lou's there helpless. Like, it was just too much, bro. I just couldn't handle it. It was just, God damn it, Kojima, you ripped my heart out and put it back together again. But what do you think? What do you think is going to happen with the game in terms of gameplay? What do you think?
I don't think it's going to be the same. I don't think we're going to be delivering packages, at least not the way we were in the first game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I think. Sorry, guys.
I think they're going to go into a more, Metal Gear style with the actual combat focus, like they did in the director's cut for Death Stranding.
Yeah,
I don't think he could possibly go the same direction, right? I mean, this is
definitely not. No,
kind of like Breath of the Wild, where all of that innovation is great for the first game, but technically for the second game, we don't need it to be the same way. It might not even make any sense to be the same way. So this one, I think it'll continue the story, but the gameplay will probably be something completely different.
Yeah. I don't even think we're in the same universe, I'll be honest with you. I don't think we're in the same... I think there's something going on here where they've switched. They've either switched universes or creatures. Well, suddenly, he's old. She's not got any of the scarring and aging on her skin. She seems to be more connected to the baby than he is. Different tech. The like the unicycle thing. I don't know. Maybe it's some kind of weird universe flip.
Did you read Compass's
weird
comment? We're gonna be setting up Azure to reconnect the entire planet, bro. Stop it! You're fucking hilarious, Compass. Seriously.
That's his cloud. That's his little project. His little cloud project.
Yeah.
Well, he did say he was working on a visual project. I think that's what it's gonna wind up being. It's a visual project for Microsoft Cloud. Ooh, yay. I think it's also pretty funny that they keep selling Samsung TVs more than they're selling consoles. Like, they spent the entire Game Awards advertising Game Pass and Samsung, but no consoles and no games. Weird. Right, carry on though.
No, I agree, bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I posted a freaking post just here. PlayStation wins best narrative, Game Pass commercial. PlayStation wins best performance, Game Pass commercial. PlayStation reveals Death Stranding freaking 2, Game Pass freaking commercial, and an Xbox Series ad. PlayStation reveal flipping Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores, Game Pass commercial. Xbox, you ruined the Game Awards. You didn't just not show up, you ruined it. You were just cock blocking like the entire show with stupid commercials that nobody wanted, nobody was applauding, showing games that are 5 years old that people have already played, and it's just like, what are you thinking?
That was the weird part to me. Like, you guys are doing these ads, and it'd be cool if like it's like all Redfall, Starfield, about and some next stuff. But I'm seeing Grounded in there. I'm seeing Forza and Flight Simulator. It's like, dude, what is this? Like an all-time greatest hits commercial? What the fuck are you guys doing?
Yeah, and Phil Spencer's just looked defeated, bro. He looked defeated. I'm really sorry about this persistent goth, guys. It's getting worse as the night's going on.
Twisted Sin. Yeah, I'm also shocked that Higgs is still there too. That was my biggest what the fuck moment. And also the new armor was another thing that made me think it was maybe that he's flipped something or like timelines or some shit. I don't know. Well, it's Kojima though. It could be anything.
Yeah, the thing with sorry guys, for fuck's sake, I can't even talk right now. The thing with Higgs' new armor, if you look at it, hang on, let me find it.
It looks more organic, doesn't it?
You see his intestines, bro. It's a suit that's like basically, I reckon like it's keeping him alive, like it's pieced him back together, and he's like,
that's a good point.
He's gone full cyborg. Basically, I can't find. I'll get the trailer.
No, I know. I remember seeing what you mean. Yeah, you can see his like it's like a see-through orangey section that kind of lights up a bit.
Here it is. And see his intestines there, or is that an octopus? Is that his BB? Oh shit! His BB's an octopus now.
Oh shit! We thought it was intestines.
Bro, there's layers to this, man.
See, Jima, man, you bitch.
It's not intestines. It's an octopus moving around.
It is like a alternate universe. It seems like.
See?
Yeah, I think you could be onto something. Like the void outs create alternate realities,
or a timeline, a different timeline, or a fracture, or it could be anything.
Which made me wonder. Go on.
And don't forget, right? This is supposed to be what's her face, right? But now she works for Drawbridge. Who's Drawbridge?
Mm-hmm.
Why have they got this mad fucking fortress-looking shit coming out of the ink? Like, what's that all about? You know what I mean? Like, she wasn't doing that with stuff with that in the last game. There was none of that. So I'm wondering, whether it's just like a different timeline or I don't know. I'm just reaching, I think.
Bro, there's so much. Thank you, Twisted Sin, for the $2, brother. I am shocked that Higgs is still there. Thank you so much. Facts. I think Retro's got a plausible theory. At first I was thinking Sam's older, but Fragile is either younger or the damage is reversed. And now I was thinking time travel. Is younger Fragile time traveled forward and avoided the issues with Higgs, where he ruined her body with Timefall, or would that mean that potentially, Louise is fragile? Like, what? Like, could Louise actually be fragile, but in a different timeline? But then Ellie Fanning is apparently Lou, older Lou. Well, it's assumed she is. And I'm thinking, well, unless Ellie Fanning is actually Fragile's baby and Fragile is still Lou, who knows? Like, there's different elements. Like, could Fragile be stuck in a beach of her own during that time, hence why she's bleeding ink from her eyes, like Cliff does and Higgs does? Like, this weird things are going on, fam. But all I know is this looks freaking beautiful. Just look at that, man. It literally looks like something like you said, Retro, out of an anime. All I know is Kojima's done it again, and Death Stranding 2 is looking like it's just got me so hyped, and it's just yet another.
Look at it, man!
Another
that
banger, bro.
Engine is disgusting. That Decibel engine is just something else.
Yeah, it's definitely, bro. Like, honestly, like PlayStation, man, they just humiliated humiliated Xbox at this Game Awards. It was not even funny. Not even funny.
Was it a competition?
Yeah, it's
Humiliated Xbox or played right into their hands.
Yeah.
Xbox is intentionally looking weak because they need to get the deal passed. But
what a stupid methodology that is. Like, if you're gonna, and what's crazy is like fanboys are cheerleading it. They're going, "Don't you understand? Xbox are purposely looking weak. This is good. Blah blah blah. It'll get the deal put through for Call of Duty because we've never had Call of Duty on Xbox before. It's not only a game you get every year. It's like freaking stupid to be wanting Call of Duty when you've already freaking got it. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, but in 2025, only they're going to have it, or they're going to have it day one on Game Pass, which means...
It means jack shit to them because they, apart from getting it cheaper, and Warzone is free to play anyway, and that's majority what they play. To me, bro, it just... It baffles my head. It baffles my head. Like, the reasoning behind these people, instead of getting new games like Death Stranding freaking 2 and new IPs, or they just want multiplats to be exclusive.
Is right. They did. The dog walked Xbox this year. 100%. Dog walked is the correct terminology.
Mm-hmm.
Death Stranding 2 will appear on PC Game Pass in 2027. So, I mean, that's a W, right?
Yeah. Do you really think so?
No, I'm just making fun of how stupid those people sound on the internet.
It baffles my head. Colt Eastwood, right? Shout out to that donut. He shat on Death Stranding so many times for years. The moment it released on PS Plus, he still shat on it. And then it released on Game Pass, and he was like, "This is good." It released on Game Pass. Sorry, was it Game Pass for PC? It released on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It released on Game Pass for PC, and he was like, "This is actually a great game." Blah blah blah. And I'm just thinking, have you any kind of integrity at all, any self-awareness to recognize like the clear bias bullshit that you're peddling, and you'd rather advertise Game Pass at the acknowledge a game's greatness when it advertises Game Pass, but don't acknowledge it and shit on it when Game Pass isn't in the picture. And it says everything about that guy as a YouTuber who should know better, in my opinion. So what else appealed to you guys at the Game Awards?
There was a couple of the horror games looked pretty good. I can't remember the names of them, but
Hades 2, man. I know you're hyped for that. Sticks. There's also Suicide Squad. Kill the Justice League.
Yeah, Suicide Squad looked good. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, honestly. Again, like I said before, everything was pretty exciting in its own right. It was hard to kind of pick and choose. Even Atomic Heart looked really good, even though I heard that game is only showing vertical slices. But from what they showed there, it still looked phenomenal. Mm-hmm. So there was a couple of horror games that I can't even remember the name of that had some promise to them. A couple of, I think, I don't know if they were thriller or drama games. They weren't necessarily action-based, but there was one game that looked kind of like a Returnal. I don't want to say clone or knockoff, but it gave a lot of Returnal vibes until the combat happened. It had some lady. Do you guys remember which game that was?
Judas?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, what was that called?
Judas.
There was a game called Judas, kind of like BioShock.
No,
Judas, yeah, was that the one? That one was like BioShock, but I felt like that one was more distinct. So there was one that was a lot like Returnal, unless
Remnant 2?
That one was also like Returnal.
Remnant 2?
Oh shit, did I miss a game?
Well, the gameplay didn't look like Returnal, but it followed a lady. She was in some kind of an underground thing. A lot of the kind of atmospheric hints were like Returnal, but the gameplay itself was a lot more grounded. It didn't seem like a real. I don't know. I'll look it up. I'm sorry for derailing that way, but
no, all good. Yeah. Remnant of the Ashes sequel, Remnant 2 looks pretty dope. It looks like they've really made a step forward in terms of the production values and animation quality and stuff like that. Suicide Squad just looks dope.
But we didn't get any gameplay for Suicide Squad.
Yeah, they've shown glimpses.
They've shown it before.
Yeah, they've shown.
But I was looking forward to it because I was never big on Gotham Knights, but I kept saying, "Hey, Suicide Squad, that's where they really spent their time and their energy." Mm-hmm. So I was hoping we see. I mean, they even have Batman in that game, and he's not in the other one. Mm-hmm. So,
bro, goes to Final Fantasy 16 trailer.
Oh, that was godlike.
Bro, not even.
Yeah, that game's gonna be sick.
Not even funny. This combat and the spectacle of this game is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I
got that game for £60.
Mm-hmm. Did you?
Game had the pre-order up early, but they had it up for $59.99, so I pre-ordered it.
Amazing.
And it wasn't until this announced trailer that they put the proper pre-order up with the proper price. So they emailed me and told me, obviously the pre-order price promise means they have to give it me at the price I pre-ordered it for. So I'm saving myself a tenner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, W.
Bro, yeah, it looks
fantastic.
There's so much to this game, man. There's so much going on. I had my issues with.
Happy with getting the summons in that back.
Yeah, Bender of Strings says, "Did you try the Forspoken demo?" I've not yet, but to be honest, I have no desire to.
Downloaded.
I have no desire.
I want to play it. I'm hyped for that game.
Oh man, the world, man.
Don't listen to Wooly. You don't need to listen to Wooly tonight.
I will try it. I'm not going to be one of them people who like shit on a game they haven't played. I managed to endure 6 hours of Halo Infinite. I'm sure I can endure a few hours of Forspoken, and maybe I'll enjoy it.
6 hours too, on Infinite,
bro. 3 hours of Forza. About 4 hours of Forza Horizon 5.
Oh no, I completed that shit. That was easy.
And 6 hours of Halo Infinite, and that was me done with Xbox. I was like, this. I'm not subscribing to this shit.
But Forza was half the game Forza 4 was.
Exactly.
In content
Forza
alone.
4 was so much better, bro. It had way better roads.
Yeah.
Reasons to own different cars instead of throwing shit at you straight away.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Here's a hypercar for winning your first race. Congratulations! It's like
my first wheel spin on Forza 5 gave me one of the rarest cars in the game. My first wheel spin. It was that red and white Lamborghini. Yeah, and that was literally my first wheel spin on the game, and I got one of the best cars you could get. Ridiculous.
Yeah. Keep you coming back, give you a little endorphin hit, have you say, "Oh man, Forza my favorite," but obviously it backfired because Xbox. But they tried.
Yeah,
it's a shame, man. It's a shame because I enjoy the Forza series usually, but honestly, the last few efforts haven't been very good.
Nobody's acknowledging the elephant in the room. No, they all praise the shit out of it because of its new map, new location, how pretty it looks. But it's all skin deep because the longevity of the game, people have just fallen off it straight away, and people were going back to Forza Horizon 4, and and even that's dead now because it's old and people are just tired of it. So it's not being acknowledged, but it's this subscription service model is ruining games, bro. It's ruined Forza.
See the fact that the Forza licenses, they only hold them for 4 years or 5 years. You know what I mean? So eventually they're off Game Pass. So unless you actually buy that game, you'll never play it again once the licenses are done.
Problem is, bro, I bought that game and I'm never playing it again. Shocking. I've spent 80 quid on that bad boy. It took me a year for it to actually work.
That's right, you bought the PC version, didn't you?
But I bought it through the Xbox app, and that was my biggest mistake, bro. Because the Xbox app
is trash.
And it wouldn't launch for me.
Yeah, I always had problems on the wee girl's laptop trying to run the shit. It just didn't want to play ball.
Bender of Strings says, I'm really sorry for this cough, guys. I'm really trying to hold it in, and it's just It's really difficult. Bender of String says, Wooly, in light of what we saw at the Video Games Awards, are we ever going to get another Sony showcase? Good question, Bender.
I think we are. I think it's being teased right now by one of the Spider-Man devs.
Oh.
He's posted just a random picture of that shot of...
Let's see it. Send it me on Twitter.
Miles. Oh shit, now I've got to try and find it, man. Jesus.
Motherfucker.
Maybe I liked it. If I liked it, I could just go to my post corner.
For me, Bender, I really hope so. But the Video Game Awards felt like a Sony showcase, in all honesty. But yes, I would like a dedicated PlayStation showcase 100%. Last showcases have been lackluster, so PlayStation just clearly brought out the big guns this time round, and I'm really happy that they did. Oh shit, I love James Stevenson, bro.
They're definitely teasing. Look at that post and tell me they're not teasing something.
They're showing it soon. Soon. And if they're showing it soon, how are they showing it? And I'm hoping it's not just a simple Twitter reveal, but that's the point, guys. Even if it was, that is equally as good advertisement in terms of traction and viewers. So it's like, I bet they're wondering, what's the point in spending a fortune on a huge venue and huge production values when all we have to do is drop a reveal on Twitter and everybody will lose their shit. Everyone will be talking about it. All of YouTubers will be sharing the footage, and so I'm kind of thinking to myself,
with the amount of shit they've got under the bonnet now, they just can't. You know what I mean? They need to have a show at some point to show us what's. They can't just say, "Well, you're getting Spider-Man and Wolverine at some unknown time in the future," but that can't be all they let us know. Don't forget, they've still got the VR shit to go through too. They've still got that to push. Mm-hmm. So I think we are going to get a show. I just think Sony's on their own timetable now. They're not on the standard kind of summer and winter timetables anymore. They'll do it when they're ready. And I don't think any amount of us shouting about it changes it. I don't think they give a fuck. They'll do it when they're ready.
Yeah. I think they showed just enough this one with Horizon DLC, Death Stranding 2, and Final Fantasy 16. I mean, isn't it crazy, right? This is the point that people don't.
Forspoken demo too.
Yeah. Oh, the Forspoken demo. Yeah, it's live now. Like, honestly, like they really did contribute a shit ton at PlayStation, and I know it's not all PlayStation. A lot of it's it's Square Enix who did Final Fantasy and Forspoken, and it was Kojima Productions that did Death Stranding. But don't tell me Sony don't have a hand in it. They clearly will have a hand in the reveals of these games and in whenever they show up at game events, without a doubt. But I do hope that when it comes to their own events, that they do put value on those events again, and that they really do push for, because there's so much behind. Think about it, the majority of the Game Awards was 50% at least was third party exclusives and second party games, and it's like, this is the thing that people don't appreciate, is Sony have so many investments in so many third party developers that they constantly provide content even when their first party are in development for a while. We're still getting great games designed specifically exclusively for PlayStation, and it's like, it doesn't have to be a first party. They're doing exactly what made the 360 era so great, as well as the PS3 era so great. They're investing in third party deals and second party games, and that's what we need, but that means that there is a lot of first party development that hasn't been revealed yet, a huge amount, as Retro said. So I guess watch this space. Spider-Man 2's got to show its face at sometime soon, because it's a 2023 release. So go on. Who was saying something?
So there's a slight question about that development pipeline, only because if you remember when Herman Holst had that that blog post where he had mentioned that they were working on, I think, 25 new games, and he said about half of them were from IPs that and the other half are from brand new IPs. But he never specifies, just like they never really specify on the live services angle, what games will and will not be considered towards entries in there. Like, does MLB The Show is considered, or is GT7 considered one of those games? They never really specified. So when you start talking about the pipeline of games, we have seen a few VR games, and those are in IPs that we know, and they're coming out of there too. So even though we might think, oh, we have 25 PS5 only games that are coming, there's a possibility that it's really like 9 or 10, because they have VR and other projects, or PC and just other things that aren't necessarily console focused that are coming out. So it does worry me a little bit when we start to talk about the future, especially because they've been so guarded about what they have coming, and then what we do here is like the things we already know. So it's like that showcase, I do feel like it's necessary to get people who are knowledgeable, because maybe the general public is just, they take it as it comes and they don't care. But people who are really abreast of the situation, there is a concern about what exactly is coming next. Because win, lose, or draw, Microsoft has laid out a bunch of stuff that regardless, the fanboys can continue to get excited about. And coming into 2023, PlayStation, it's not like it's spooky, because we know that we got Spider-Man and stuff like that coming, but it's really like, are you going to give us the next slate of things to be hyped about? If the MCU has phases pre-listed for you to know what's coming in the next couple of years, and we have almost the same knowledge for PlayStation that we had at launch, which is so concerning.
I hear you, bro. I do. Yeah, it's facts. They are. It's crazy, they don't talk enough, but they deliver the games. Phil talks too much, and everybody loves him for it, but he doesn't deliver the games. And it's like, it's with Sony's lack of communication isn't ideal, but at the same time, I'm grateful that we're getting fed good food. This is ridiculous. Right. Like the
only thing about that is, like, it's just holding them to, I guess, the same standard, because we're eating over here good at Nintendo too, but they're very, very consistent with the information that they give us too. Yeah. So it's not to say, oh, PlayStation should just keep us in the dark. Like, I was okay with that this year, 2022, coming into 2023. Coming into 2023, now that we have no new information except for Spider-Man, unless somebody can give me another fucking title of a first-party game, it's like, I mean, what's going on? Like, seriously, because you haven't had a showcase, you just haven't said anything, and that's not really, like, cool.
Yeah, facts. Fire Sprite are, like, on the cusp of revealing their projects. They've got multiple projects, but I agree 100%, like, we don't know many, if any, apart from Spider-Man and Wolverine, first-party games that are in development. I mean, you could consider Death Stranding's a second-party game because it's a first-party IP, but it's a third-party studio.
No, we can consider Death Stranding first-party, especially because it's already a first-party. I would count that completely. And we didn't know about that at launch, so that's actually a good one. It's just, honestly, we've kind of heard whispers about that a little bit before now, so we knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Right, but otherwise, that's actually good information. I mean, because when you look at third-party, it's not like they have any stories. They got Silent Hill. Like, the titles are there, but the in-house stuff is where it's like, what's going on? Because at the end of the day, I mean, Xbox doesn't do shit either, so that's probably why Sony has taken the feet off of the gas. But when you look over at Nintendo, they keep it very entertaining while keeping the content coming. I mean, I just love me a good Nintendo Direct, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's nice to have that shit every couple of months.
Mm-hmm. Big facts, bro. Big facts. You're hitting the nail on the head. Let's hope Sony reveal their games soon. I'm so hyped for Death Stranding. That to me is just like, it's all I'm thinking about, honestly. I've watched that trailer about 20 plus times. I'm not exaggerating that, and each time I get super emotional. It's like everything I could want. It's just, man, I need that game in my life already. I actually posted a video on the first game, and how I felt about it afterwards, and bro, I was like sobbing like a baby on camera. It was ridiculous. So yeah, Twisted Sin, holy shit, thank you, brother. $5 super chat, thank you so much. How much you want to bet Sony has done something in the BG with Square since they are moving right next door to them? Yeah, I mean,
I think they've always got little meetings going on between the Japanese publishers, man.
What I will say,
I think.
Go on, sorry, bro.
I was just gonna say, I think they're constantly talking to each other. To be honest.
Mm-hmm. And you sticks.
I'll say the same thing. Like, they're kind of like government businesses, because they're monuments of the culture there. They've been there for so long. They kind of dictate a lot of what goes on in Japan. The characters are all synonymous with Japan. And so, yeah, I think all of those businesses spend a lot of time communicating. And that's why they don't sell to Western or outside of, they don't sell to outside of Japan. They don't sell to they don't sell to companies in countries outside of Japan because they believe that all that IP and stuff is still something that should belong to Japan. That's why they always sell to themselves.
Facts.
So
get your damn words out of your mouth. Yeah, bro. No, 100%. I think there is never ever. I do not ever see the need. People keep talking about Square being bought by Sony, and I'm just like, why? Why would you want? Yeah. Why would you want that? Why, that to me is a waste of money, because Square will always be cushy with Sony, always releasing games. They're not going to be bought by freaking Microsoft because regulators won't allow it. But even if they were bought by an Eastern company, like, I don't know, Tencent or NetEase, hypothetically speaking, let them be bought. They'll still release games on PlayStation because PlayStation are the dominant platform owner, as well as Nintendo. Like, there's no point. There's no point in it. Like, Bandai Namco and freaking Capcom are much more kind of viable purchasers, in my opinion. Not that I want consolidation. I'm just saying, like, if this deal goes through with Microsoft, then it's changed the competition in the sense that to compete, Sony will need to start acquiring to prevent Microsoft from acquiring more. And
that's the game that Microsoft is trying to get everybody to play because it's a game only they can win, and that's right. Why I think that you gotta avoid it, nip it in the bud just before any of this starts, because like you said, the only reason that Sony or Nintendo would feel pressured to buy Square or Capcom is only to prevent Microsoft from having that level of control. No, otherwise the playing field is level, because they do business on both other sides. Mm-hmm. So once that consolidation starts happening on this end, then everybody starts doing defensive consolidation. But once consolidation becomes fair play, then the person with the most money wins. So it's a trap. And so you just kind of got to avoid it.
Yeah, couldn't be, oh, fuck's sake, this cough, couldn't be more spot on. Twisterson says, I'm just saying it's weird to see them moving closer to each other. Yeah, facts, brother. Yeah, they're very close to Sony now, physically, in location. And, I guess it makes communication and liaison a lot easier and simpler. Probably works co-development, assists co-development a lot more as well. I'm sure Square get assistance off Sony in many ways, and vice versa. So, Saudi are a big get. The Saudi Arabia are a big giant that you need to keep your eye on. They're looking to brute force their way into the gaming market. and they're not planning. They intend to acquire a big publisher. They have, I think, 30 billion? No, how much was it? Don't quote me on that. They have a specified amount of money to burn. I think it was 13 billion, or is it 8? It's either 8 or 13 billion, something along those lines, to burn on acquisitions, and they want a piece of the pie. So we'll see regarding Saudi Arabia. But yeah, guys, it's been a fire show. Does anybody have anything else they want to say about the Game Awards before we wrap this up?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, best Game Award show yet. Jeff Keighley was becoming a meme. Rickrolled. If you've been Rickrolled, flipping. Yeah. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Well, I tell you what, we were getting Jeff Keighley'd every year. We were, bro. We were like, this Game Award show is gonna be so hot. I can't wait to show you all what we've got planned, and it's like a freaking. Pardon?
It's gonna be amazing every year. Amazing. Yeah.
Exactly, and every year it was disappointing. It was just all flipping adverts and weird shit, just weird, and it was like, really. But this year, man, it felt like a showcase game event of old times. It was amazing, bro. Including the 30-minute speech from Christopher Judge. It was
awesome. He thanked his mum, his granny, his granny's granny, his ancestors, Jesus, the devil,
his dead cat.
Their kids, everything.
It was amazing, bro. It was amazing. What about you, Sticks? Anything else you want to add, brother?
I mean, like you said, the Game Awards was the best one I've seen in years. I don't even think I've thought one was actually good before. But I thought this one was actually an exceptional gaming showcase, like from E3, like by all standards, you know what I'm saying? Not by Game Awards standards, not by any specific gaming show standards, but by all gaming standards. This was on the level of, like, I don't even know, E3 years ago, back when E3 was still E3.
Actually, yeah, I agree with you. It did feel very much like an E3.
Very E3, yeah. Great take. Couldn't agree more. Yeah. It's mad, Spider-Man, that Spider-Man tweet, it was posted just 3 hours ago, and it's like over 8,000 likes and shit. It's just
people want that Spider-Man too, man.
Bro. It's prolific. It's crazy. Just a simple little post from a developer with a simple Spider-Man gif.
He's a community manager, so he's been given the okay for that shit, man.
People lose that
because they know that they'll be starting posting that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, people are ready, bro. People are ready. Guys,
we want to
go on.
Troll. I mean, developers and artists, they've been really into trolling communities lately, dog. I don't know what's up with that, but they just give us a lot of red meat that doesn't go nowhere. If you remember, they had like a siphon filter, I think, event or something like that, and then it wound up being some DLC, it was like some themes for your PlayStation. Then they did the same thing. They've had like 3 of them lately. Just the developers would tweet something, and you'd be like, "Oh my god, they're gonna announce a new game!" And then it's like 25th anniversary. We're doing themes for PlayStation. Get the fuck out of here.
Have some faith, bro.
I will never have faith in the gaming industry. Okay, I just will take it when it comes.
That's not a bad attitude to have, man. Not a bad attitude at all.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd still be waiting for Power Stone 3. Like, nah, if it comes, it comes, but no faith.
Big facts. Guys, it's been a fire show. Shout out to everyone in the chat. We've had an insane show. I can't get over it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Compost Smurf, Zero Steel, Jonathan Martinez, my dude, Sergeant, my brother, great. Thank you. Twisted Sin, thank you for all your support, brother. Means a lot. Josh Ayres, we've got Bender of Strings, great to see you as always. Thank you for being here. And let's scroll up. We've got obviously we've got Ghost in the Garage Gaming. Thank you so much again, dude. I'm speechless with all your support. It means a lot, and we'll definitely get you on the show soon. Shout out to also Ron for all your support, and it really meant a lot. Thank you for your kind donation as well, brother. Zero Steel. We had Dawn, Ice Queen Gaming on before, Mary Wilcox. So many people, Josh Az. Yeah, all of you guys in the chat. I can't read you all, but you know I love you all. You know how awesome you are. We're so supported by this community, man. It's ridiculous. The chat is just phenomenal. Every week we do it. Honestly, I have the most amazing, dedicated chat, and you mean a lot to me. Mr. Rayrock, you as well, brother. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. Thanks for all your support.
Jonathan Martinez.
Shout out to Solero Brothers as well. Thank you to you, sir. And also, yeah. Who? Sorry, say that again, bro.
Dank Nate.
Yeah, Dank. Shout out to Dank Nate, bro. Love that guy. And also, shout out to Buck Roger. He's not here tonight, so if he tunes in, Buck Roger.
He did leave a message at the start of the stream before while you were still having your beauty sleep.
Mm-hmm. No,
he's working or something, but he is going to catch up.
Great,
he's catch up the show.
Yeah. So shout out to the OG. He's always supporting, and it means a lot. Wolfaki, he's not here tonight, but shout out to him. We miss you. Hope you're good.
Shaki
Shako, the legend himself, heart of gold. There is not one bad thing anyone can say about that guy. He's just one of the best people all around. Every one of you, you're awesome. I love you all. Shout out to Sticks. Thank you, brother, for joining us tonight. It's been a pleasure. Really appreciate you being on. You bring so much to the table, so thank you. I hope you've enjoyed it.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah,
no, it was a great time, man. I love it here.
And Retro.
Because you set up the podcast, you're having all those technical difficulties. Yeah. I have to do it on my own podcast, and it's no fun. So it's great to just come here, use my phone or whatever I want, and just in the pod. It's wonderful.
People were so understanding, bro, with my technical difficulties, honestly. And everybody came back, man. Everybody came back to the show. So honestly, bro, the support is ridiculous. It's just nuts.
It's amazing.
Adipie, DS2 looks incredible. Death Stranding 2. Facts, my dude. The Forgetful Gamer. Ghost is spreading that retirement chair. I love it. Facts. Shout out to him as well. All of you guys are just awesome. Retro, brother, you're such a big support to the show, as always. Thank you for being such a awesome, consistent panel member, reliable as ever, and a good friend. And
I love it, man. You know that.
Sometimes, guys, just a little bit of personal, not too much personal info, but just a little bit of info.
I send him willy pics all the time.
He sends me willy pics, and I send him woolly pics. No, but on a serious note, my dudes, I get really anxious about the shows. It's a big deal. It's a legitimate thing. I get so anxious that at times I'm close to bailing, because I feel woefully underqualified. And this isn't a sub story. This is just telling you, that shit never stops. It's constant. You constantly you're excited for the next show, but you're dreading failing. So you get just anxiety build up. And Retro's always been someone I can just talk to, and helps me give my head a wobble, and helps me make sure I can deliver a good show for you all. And the panel is just always awesome. So shout out to DZ. I want to give a shout out to DZ. DZ Devs. He's not here tonight, but guys, he's now an uncle. His sister is in labor, and I have not yet heard any news whether the baby has been delivered yet. His nephew has been delivered yet. I haven't heard anything from him, so I'm anxious to hear from him, because he hadn't heard anything for about 12 hours either, so he was anxious. And so keep him in your thoughts and prayers, guys. Send love his way. We're all thinking of him and his nephew, his gorgeous nephew, and his sister, and hope everything works out smoothly, and nothing, no complications. Just hoping for the best. Want to give a shout out to OT, panel member OT, for the dub. Morocco, even though he's from Kenya, Africa are now in the finals. It's a big deal for Africa. So shout out to you, sir, and all our African brothers around the world who are celebrating this. I'm happy for you. We all are. And we really hope you get the dub. You deserve it, honestly. So yeah, and that being said, guys, we love you all. Thank you for an awesome show. Everyone in the chat, you're amazing. And thank you for your kind words as well, guys. It means a lot. Just remember, guys, very, very important, don't be a donut. Use your noggin. And on that note, peace.